It was, oh, Joe, it's like awful. Yeah. And so under 18, including, but.
Hi everyone, can folks hear me? All good. Apologies for the late start, but we are going to get started now. So hello everyone, and thanks for being here today. My name is Ahona Mehdi, and I'm the Education Coordinator at the Disability Justice Network of Ontario. We're a grassroots organization based in so-called Hamilton, Ontario, which aims to build a just and accessible Ontario wherein people with disabilities or disabled people, have personal and political agency, can thrive and foster community and build the power, capacity, and skills needed to hold people, communities, and institutions responsible for the spaces that they create. Through DJNO, I coordinate the Education Project, a project that conducts research, casework, advocacy, and resource building for Black, Indigenous, and racialized, disabled, neurodivergent, and MAD youth who have experienced punitive and carceral punishment at the hands of the education system. On that note, in the wake of new proposed legislation across this province, attempts to further privatize the public education system and other public services, among a range of other power grabs, we're here today to say no to policing in schools and to contextualize why policing-free schools and abolition work are deeply inseparable from disability justice. For those of you who may be familiar with abolitionist principles, but maybe not so much disability justice or vice versa, we hope that the space and events can serve as an opportunity to ground some of those conversations. And our time here today is not only an attempt to unpack these issues, but also to engage in knowledge mobilization and calls to action as community members, youth workers, activists, students, caregivers, and educators to learn, share, and mobilize around these issues in community. Whether this is an entry point for you or you've been doing this work for a while, we hope that this can serve as a space to stay connected in community and grounded in disability justice principles of cross-movement solidarity and interdependence, because we know that collectively we keep each other safe. With that being said, we will be discussing different forms of policing and state violence throughout the day today, including discussions of racist and ableist violence, forced treatment, and violence against youth. So please take the time to step out at any point if you need to, but also feel free to come and find one of the members of the DJNO team or one of the event organizers to have a chat if you need any support at any point. With that being said, just to talk a little bit about access and some logistics for the day, you should have all received a mask, a name tag, hopefully, and a little booklet that looks like this, the blue one. So it'll look like this, an agenda for the day. And this should include, yes, the agenda, and you can also find resources from DJNO and other organizations at the registration table at the front, as well as snacks and water bottles for the day. Access guides are also available on tables and also at the registration table. But to give a quick summary of the contents, so access guides look like this. We wanted to mention that access is something that we create together, and we recognize that the ability to make certain access choices is shaped by privilege and circumstance. And in considering that this is a space created by and for disabled folks, and a space keen on addressing systemic push-out of disabled and racialized kin, we invite everyone to contribute in ways that allow us to collectively nurture a space where we can all show up fully, freely, and safely. Together, we practice access as collective liberation, a way of moving through the world that resists isolation and honors interdependence. In addition to having HEPA filters throughout the space, thanks to the wonderful folks at Safe Air Collective, we also are asking that folks in the space wear a KN95, N95, or similar high-quality mask to support community safety. And if you don't have one, don't worry. We also have extra masks at the registration table. And we know that disablement and ableism are tools of colonialism and policing used to determine whose lives are deemed disposable. But masking challenges that logic, as well as COVID denialism, because it emphasizes that our disabled and our immunocompromised kin shouldn't have to risk their lives or further disablement to exist in spaces with us. Masking is one small but powerful way to protect disabled, chronically ill, and immunocompromised community members, those who can't mask, and our broader interdependent communities, because air quality affects everyone. So with respect to privacy, photos will be taken throughout the day for social media purposes, but if you prefer not to be photographed, feel free to let the folks at registration know and we'll respect that ask. The event is being live streamed, but the live stream video only features those on stage. So if you don't want to be in the shot, maybe don't walk across in front of the stage. This is also a scent and fragrance-free space. And to sustain a safer and mass indoor space, meals will be provided as individually boxed meals in light takeaway dinners. So there will be no eating or drinking inside the space if we can manage that. So at 12:30, we will take a collective outdoor lunch break for about an hour, and folks can hang out at the parquet, which is located behind me, and we'll hang out together for a while. And we'll also call on folks who indicated specific dietary restrictions to grab their meals first. As you can see, ASL interpretation will be available throughout the day, thanks to our wonderful interpreters who are here supporting us until 5:30 today. And the event is also accompanied by a projected slideshow with slides and automatic live stream captions. We recognize that access also means having space to decompress and regulate, so a sensory room is available as a low stimulation, mask required space located on the 6th floor, room 184, with capacity for up to about 10 people at a time. And just as a note, the elevators in this building do take a while, so just kind of account for that if you're going up to the sensory room. There are also multiple accessible gender-neutral washrooms throughout OISE, each clearly marked by signage, including 2 single-user accessible all-gender washrooms located on the ground floor, one being in the library as well. We also have flexible seating options, and you're welcome to use the bubble wrap or fidget toys that are provided, or the materials on the table to create your own themes. So this kind of should act as like a outline for your scene, and you can add additional pages into it depending on if you want to take notes, color, or do whatever you like. There are also coloring pages from that are made by Sins Invalid, which will be fun to use throughout the day. I'm gone for a while, I'm almost done. But if there's anything else that you need, let one of our volunteers know, and we'll have name tags also to indicate who the volunteers are in the space. So we do have an amazing lineup of speakers and panels throughout the day, and you can find a full agenda in your zine templates. And at the end, we'll collectively gather for an Around the World and Open Mic session, and then close with calls to action. So for our first session, before I call up Andrea, I'd like to also begin with a land acknowledgement. So we acknowledge that we gather today on stolen Indigenous lands on Turtle Island, lands that have been and continue to be home to many nations and Indigenous peoples. This area, known as Takaranto, is the traditional territory of the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples. And in acknowledging this, we know that our education systems have never been separate from the white supremacist settler colonial mission of genocide. These schools are built on stolen land. Residential schools were among the first quote-unquote educational institutions on these lands, and the cost of our colonial education system has been nothing short of destruction and genocide. Our work and this project are not separate from this, and as in this space, as we think about policing free schools as disability justice, we also have to think about how Indigenous youth and ways of learning, relating, knowing, and being are pathologized, and how colonialism and policing exist both as ableist and disabling tools. As we talk through processes of criminalization and policing, we also have to contextualize how Indigenous peoples experience these systems across education, the criminal legal system, the family policing system, mental health policing, and beyond, and recognize that deeply interconnected histories of asylums and institutions on these lands that killed disabled children and those that killed Indigenous children on these lands. We must reflect on what it means to confront every colonial aspect of our education system, from school board bureaucracies to the erasure of Indigenous ways of learning, being with the land, and understanding disability in relational ways. So I also wanted to touch on the fact that because we are based in so-called Hamilton, at the local Hamilton Public School Board, the local school board where this local school board is, Indigenous students and disabled students were the most disproportionately suspended. with Black and Arabic speaking students following. And school boards across this province show similar trends. So in a disability justice space, let's think about what the pathologization of both local and global Indigenous peoples looks like in this moment, where we know that all schools on these lands were built from genocide. And now, as we see genocides of global Indigenous communities unfolding in Palestine, Sudan, and Congo, we also witness the criminalization of Palestinian, Arab, Black, and Muslim students and communities here on these lands. Let us think about the elimination and genocide of Indigenous peoples and the elimination of all schools in Gaza, a space with the highest number of child amputees in the world, and what it means to situate our discussions of disability justice within anti-imperialist politics. As we talk about the push out, the stealing of childhoods and beyond, let us remember that from Turtle Island to Palestine, land back is not negotiable. So I'm now going to hand it off to the amazing Andrea Vasquez Jimenez, who will lead us through the African ancestral acknowledgement and share some calls to action in moving beyond acknowledgement, before grounding us in the incredible work that she and Policing Free Schools have been leading across this province. Andrea will begin with a facilitated grounding on Bill 33 and the provincial campaign for Policing Free Schools Ontario, connecting this conversation to the broader Ontario landscape of policing in schools and carceral education, and help us think through the essential shift away from quote-unquote policing-free and pipeline metaphors and towards policing-free school-prison nexus and carceral continuum frameworks, situating these in the provincial campaign and ongoing struggles before, during, and beyond the fight against Bill 33. So please join me in welcoming the amazing Andrea, Principal Consultant and Director of Policing Free Schools, our partner in this event.
We want to acknowledge as well those who came here involuntarily as a result of the transatlantic enslavement trade. And so we honor and pay tribute to ancestors of African origin and descent. And with this stated, it is necessary to move beyond acknowledgement. This is not just a checkbox to be marked off, to be done with, and moved on. It is Indigenous, Black, Afro-Indigenous, Black African diasporic, across multiple intersecting identities, including disabled, neurodivergent, queer and trans, are those who are most negatively and detrimentally impacted by police, policing, and carceral measures, practices, policies, culture, and logics. And these systems across so-called Ontario, across so-called Canada, and globally continue to systematically harm and deny their humanity. Right now, currently, there are multiple bills across so-called Canada, including right here in Ontario, that are undermining Indigenous rights, Indigenous self-governance, and Indigenous self-determination, including Ontario Bill number 5. Immediate calls to action is to follow 8 Fire Rising. They are an Indigenous-led coalition of concerned and impacted communities working to build a broad-based movement with labor and land defenders. They aim to fight back against recent legislative infringements on Indigenous jurisdiction, violations of workers' rights, and the corporate pillage of lands and waters across this stolen Indigenous land. As well, follow Okinawa, another immediate call to action. Follow Okinawa on Instagram. They are a youth-led movement uniting First Nations youth across so-called Canada and are taking action, including right here in Ontario. Learn ways that you can get involved, learn more about Bill number 5 and multiple other ones across Canada. Both also have actions that folks can partake in. It is both our collective and individual responsibility to do so. And so I'm going to be grounding today's event with looking at Bill 33 and the provincial campaign for a policing-free schools, Ontario. My name is Andrea Vasquez Jimenez, gender pronoun she, her, ella, director and principal consultant of Policing-Free Schools. And so a little bit about Policing-Free Schools. Policing-Free Schools Canada is a grassroots, volunteer-led, community-based organization. We are dedicating to catalyzing systemic changes, really shifting away from a paradigm that is grounded in punitive and harmful measures to one that is a co-creation of thriving, healthy, equitable, life-affirming, liberatory, healing-centered, policing-free educational spaces. We push for policy and legislative changes. We also do mass amounts of political education, capacity building, consulting, and we also provide support to our partners around analyzing, mobilizing, organizing, and re-strategizing. We convened the National Campaign for a Policing-Free Schools Canada, as well as the Campaign for a Policing-Free Schools Ontario. And currently we are working alongside partners across so-called Canada, across so-called Ontario, to work on these systemic issues. We also work alongside our international partners, including in solidarity with folks across so-called the United States, the United Kingdom, and most recently, South Africa. We make part of a growing global movement because we understand that the issues of policing in schools is a systemic issue and it crosses colonial borders. For grounding us for today, when we're talking about policing-free schools, we take up the collective campaign definition from our U.S. national partners, and that is from the Alliance for Educational Justice and the Advancement Project. And I quote, "Dismantling school policing infrastructure, culture, and practice, ending school militarization and surveillance, and building a new liberatory education system." So yes, it is about dismantling, and simultaneously, it is about co-creating, co-building a liberatory education system. Dismantling is not enough. In policing-free schools, our work is also grounded in what Alex Vitale talks to us about. And I quote, "The problem is not over-policing. It is policing itself." So again, we're grounded in understanding that we are looking at the issue of policing, and today's entry point, policing within schooling and educational spaces, as a systemic issue. So we're not looking for equality of policing. Everybody gets a police officer in their schools and in their education spaces. We're not looking necessarily for proportionate policing. We are looking at the systematic issues of policing in schools. And later on, I'll be talking more as to how we are not able to reform our way out of the systemic harms of policing in schools, regardless of what those reforms look like. We're also grounded in Miriam Cab and Andrea J. Ritchie really talked to us about, and I quote, "Let's take money from death and put it toward life," right? So what would it mean if we actually had a government in Ontario who actually cared and had the political will, had the courage and the moral compass to actually address social and structural determinants of health and equity, addressing the social and structural determinants of harm, and actually properly fund education, properly fund our communities, addressing those conditions that actually give rise to harm and violence in the first place. What would it mean if we actually invested into life-giving systems and spaces rather than death-making, policing being one of those? And of course, Ruth Wilson Gilmore also talks about the life-affirming institutions. And so really ensuring that when we're co-creating, it is everyone's life is affirmed and valued. And this isn't a new issue, right? The issue of policing in schools is not a new issue. There have been multiple wins across the province of Ontario. And when we're looking at Ontario, within the landscape of so-called Canada, Ontario has actually had the majority of community-led wins right here in this province. Many of them being students and youth-led. The first community-led win was, of course, here in Toronto, led by Jane and Finch Action Against Poverty, also Education on Incarceration, BLM Toronto, and also a former organization where I was a co-director of. And many other folks along a 10-year trajectory where JFAC had also been present there since the inception. We've seen student-led, such as in Hamilton, by the Hamilton Students for Justice. We've seen, again, student-led campaign wins, right? At Waterloo, by Students for Inclusive Schools. We've seen it in Ottawa, right, by Asilu Collective. Again, young people, students, community-led wins. And so why do we actually still have police and school programs? A day after the removal of the police and school program in Toronto, I was at a press conference and had asked, at that time, Mitzi Hunter, the Liberal Minister of Education, to step in and remove police and school programs from across the province. They painted this as a local issue, and they didn't take any action whatsoever. And so, for today's overview on the landscape of Ontario, I wanted us to be clear that even though Ontario, there's this very much a fixation on the SRO program, the School Resource Officer program, that is not the only police and school program. In Ontario, there are dozens of names for police and school programs, whether that be the Police Liaison Officer program, the Student Liaison Officer program, right? The School Liaison Officer program, and so forth. High School Resource Officer program, right? School Engagement Team Officer Support program, and so forth, right? So I do utilize police and school program just so that we are looking at both the provincial context. And so who actually funds police and policing in schools in Ontario? Of course, with police, with their ballooned budgets, in many instances, it's police that are covering that. They have a lot of extra funding, and they go to schools being aware of their chronic underfunding and say, we'll pay it, right? There's also some school boards across the province that are paying it, because we're focused in K-12, but also in post-secondary around special constables and so forth. They're also paying for policing to be in post-secondary campuses. We're looking at municipal governments, also top up, right, to the police budget that's paying for policing in schools. And also the provincial government, right? We've been waiting on a Freedom of Information request for over 2 years now. They still haven't released it. But what is public access information is that currently, right now, the Ministry of Solicitor General is funneling millions of dollars into policing in schools, including police and school programs. And so we know that there's a provincial model for a local police and school board protocol. This very much is under provincial jurisdiction. This is a provincial issue and can very much be just amending these protocols and so forth to uproot all forms of police and school programs, regardless of the name it goes by. We're also grounded in recognizing that students' learning conditions are workers' working conditions. They're interconnected. And so what we know is that policing in schools, from the research that we already know, and beyond the research, it is also about people's lived and living experiences that have been telling us for decades, right? That policing does not make educational spaces safer, that policing does not prevent or reduce the manufactured crisis of violence within schooling and educational spaces, and policing has harmful impacts on students, including on student achievement, student well-being, and student educational outcomes. And when we're thinking about those who are detrimentally negatively impacted, it is Black, Indigenous, Black Afro-Indigenous, racialized, queer and trans students, disabled students, neurodivergent students, and And simultaneously, we know that policing in schools harms all students. Because the reality is that even when students are not necessarily directly impacted, what they are impacted is on the systematic level with a government that continues to choose to plummet funds into policing in schools rather than having properly funded, supported, and resourced educational spaces and properly funded, supported, and resourced communities. This impacts everyone. And it's essential and necessary that we move beyond the call for only police-free schools. We must take on the demand for policing-free schools. And this is primarily because we know that there are multiple ways that policing and carceral measures show up within our schooling educational spaces beyond police presence, which we'll also be going into a little bit later in the presentation. So from being grounded in community organizing, being grounded over many years in relationships with other organizers, with our partners across the country, I really looked and delved into a national landscape and analysis years ago, and is what I call the police-free schools complex. And I quote, "What I call the police-free schools complex is based in the reality and recurring pattern that many educational spaces attempt to legitimize themselves for solely enacting the initial removal of their original police in school program, meanwhile leaving root issues intact and as a result perpetuating harm." So the reality is that the call for police-free schools was co-opted. And so we reaffirm that what we are asking for is policing-free schools. It is not just about the removal of police presence, but it is fundamentally about uprooting the carceral logics, carceral schooling through its practices, policies, and so forth. And we saw the co-optation of the original call, right, where they were just stating that, oh, you know, we made it. We just equated police-free with the act of removing their original and initial police in school program, right? Regardless of even if they started rebranding and reforming police in schools. You know, there are educational spaces that were not doing the ongoing critical work that communities had been demanding. It was never just about the removal of police presence. It was always interconnected with notions of policing and carceral logics and culture within our schooling spaces, and moving towards and co-building a liberatory education system where every person, every young person, student, educator, staff member, and worker within that space is seen, is heard, is valued, and not deemed as disposable. There's also the reality that there are a lot of educational spaces who've never had a police in school program, right? And they thought that because they just never had a police in school program, that the work was done, right? And so, again, the removal of police in school programs, uprooting of policing in schools across all education levels, including post-secondary, right, has always and solely been a first and necessary step on a larger journey towards liberatory education. It was, again, the first and necessary step. It was not the only one. And so this is why it is fundamental that we shift our language and talk about and demand policing free schools. It is a tactic to combat co-optation. It is our rallying call, our affirmation, a demand. It really reorients and reframes the narrative and really orients us towards action around, again, the reality that policing and carcerality operate in multiple ways within educational spaces beyond police presence, regardless if it's a police in school program or any other form of policing within schools by officers. And we're talking about that this moves, again, beyond solely a police and school program. We're talking about whether it be the expansion of police presence or any policing and carceral measures. So again, this is why it is essential that we demand policing free schools to also combat, again, the co-optation that has happened. And within our landscape, with the shift away from just solely saying police free schools to shifting towards saying policing free schools, it is just as important that we leave behind the pipeline metaphor. We must shift towards and take up the framework of the school-prison nexus and the carceral continuum. In the school-prison nexus, Erica Miners, which is one of the earliest scholars, really utilizes this metaphor, and I quote, "Linkages between schools and jails are less a pipeline, more a persistent nexus or a web of intertwined punitive threads." And Erica Miners talks to this about as tentacles in policies, practices, and informal knowledges that support, naturalize, and extend relationships between incarceration and schools. And so this is really looking at the multifaceted and systematic nature. And so with the pipeline metaphor, it makes it seem as if it's unidirectional. And although it is continuously moving forward as a conveyor belt, the unidirectionalness of a pipeline collapses the issue and removes it from the nuances and, again, the multifaceted nature around how there is collusion between systems within the education system alongside the child and family policing system, which many folks understand it under the name of child welfare and or children's aid, right? We're talking about immigration policing system and the collusion at the sites within education and outside of them. Canadian Border Services Agency, talking about the military policing system, the mental health policing system, industrial complexes as well, and also looking at nonprofit industrial complexes. Because there are many community-based organizations across the province, including right here locally in Toronto, that are in collusion with agents of policing to surveil and criminalize young people continuously. And so the school-prison nexus really theorizes schools and the criminal punishment system, because we don't have a justice system. We have a punishment system, that they are fundamentally and symbiotically linked. So school-prison nexus talks about the relationships, how it feeds into and off of each other, and really seeing many folks as disposable. And so it also brings us to recognizing that the deep relationship between schools and prisons isn't just about the infrastructure and how it looks like on the onset. It is, again, what Rodriguez and Stovall mentioned, is that it is infrastructure, policies, and practices that is grounded in the entrenchment of white supremacy and carceral cultural control in educational spaces. And Connor and Rosen talked to us about, and I quote, "a network of institutions, policies, practices, and ideologies." And Nunez Eddy mentioned about how they operate in collusion to exclude, control, disenfranchise, and oppress. And so again, the call is to shift away from police-free, take up policing-free schools, shift away from the pipeline metaphor, and take up the frameworks of school-prison nexus, as well as the carceral continuum, which really also looks at how carceral schooling and educational spaces, but even beyond schooling and educational spaces, are interwoven and in collusion. So what are we recognizing as policing and carcerality within educational spaces? The easiest is, of course, police presence. right? A police officer within the schooling and educational spaces, and or whether that be under police and school programs or any other method of policing in schools. But what is it that we're not necessarily recognizing as policing and carcerality within educational spaces beyond police presence? So looking at this iceberg, right, what are those things that are hidden, right? And for us, because each and every one of us have also been socialized within a white supremacist carceral cultural control, that in many ways we also have to be aware, whether we're educators within schooling spaces as teachers or community educators and so forth, that what are ways that ourselves are perpetuating policing and carceral measures within education sites? And what are the other multiple ways that policing and carcerality show up within our schooling and educational spaces? And so when looking at culture and logics, infrastructures, practices, and our policies, we know that this is fundamentally about a culture and logics that's about power and control over. It is about compliance. It is about force. It is fear and control based. It is about coercion. It is punishment and harms based. It is anti-Black, anti-Indigenous, it is ableist. And when looking again at these practices and policies, right, we're talking about the continuum of punitive disciplinary practices: seclusion, restraint, chemical restraint, corporal punishment, which is actually still legal here in Canada, despite it being a truth and reconciliation call to action to end corporal punishment. Talking about the limitations that are imposed on and challenges to bodily autonomy, discriminatory surveillance on dress codes and hair codes, shaming, shutting down, right? These are the multiple ways that policing and carcerality show up within educational spaces, including carceral care work, right? In many instances, caring professions are reproducing the exact same carceral functions and are an extension of agents of policing, right? And so that's why status quo social work, status quo caring professions are also not just enough. Looking at technological surveillance and so forth. And so we know that when we are demanding policing-free schools, properly funded schools and communities, and co-creating liberatory education, we are fundamentally saying no to the replication of harm, no to reformist reforms, which actually either maintain and or expand the reach and scope of policing. And again, as something I had mentioned earlier, the reality is that one cannot reform policing in schools, including police and school programs and police-led programming, out of its systemic harms. We've already seen what happens across the country and across Ontario when reforms, revisions, reimagining, transforming, strengthening, evolving, updating, new approach to police and school programs takes place. And that is when rebranding happens, when renaming happens, when changing the composition of police and school programs to diversify officers so that they represent the student body that they're serving, right? Or whether it be more training, more standardized training, as a means to have access to schools and students. And that is that harm remains intact. And harms are replicated and perpetuated. Again, as this is a systemic issue, and it is not possible to reform one's way out of these harms, regardless of intent. And so it is fundamentally a no to all forms of policing in school programs, of police-led programming, of any form of policing and carceral measures within schooling and educational spaces, whether it be in Ontario, across the country, or elsewhere. And And so these are some of the forms of replications, of harm, of oppressive structures that we have seen. Whether it be the increase of policing in schools through other means, any form of expansion, entrenchment of police, whether it be on school property or off school property in school-related activities, right? Some of the reformist reforms that we're seeing, creation of a brand new program, right? For instance, in Barrie, police ended up saying, oh, actually, you know what? This police in school program isn't evidence-based, but we created a brand new one now, right? That's a reformist reform. Creation of a police-led or collaborative school. It's not in Ontario, but it should very much alarm folks. And folks can Google it. It's called the Scott Police Academy. And the Scott Police Academy essentially has police officers replacing educators. So now for a high school, you have a police officer who's your teacher alongside another teacher, right? We know, again, renaming, rebranding, right? This has been happening. Whether it's changes to composition, less number of police, right? Whether it's less hours on school site or not on the school site, only when, you know, they're able to come do police-led programming, which in many instances is taking people's jobs. They are replacing educators, particularly around the health curriculum, when it comes around consent, healthy relationships. They're being brought in to talk about quote-unquote allyship and anti-racism. They're being brought in to talk about gender-based violence. Even when in Ontario, 1 in 3 police officers who are on suspension of leave, paid leave, mind you, are for charges of gender-based violence, right? Other forms of replication of harms, again, technological surveillance, which we have seen an expansion of millions of dollars by the Ministry of Education being plummeted and funneled into technological surveillance across the province. And we see technological surveillance also across the country. And also carceral care alternatives, right? When we're asking for policing-free schools, it doesn't necessarily mean just automatically replace police with social workers. Because again, social workers themselves, psychologists, counselors, can also reproduce carceral functions, right? So it's about shifting away from the status quo of these caring professions that reproduce carcerality. And of course, this is more so in post-secondary, but also in certain spaces where they're now changing policing within schools around agents of policing, whether that be private security, special constables, peace officers. Again, this is a replication of harm. And so when we're looking at the Policing Free Schools Ontario campaign, the provincial campaign didn't start because of Bill 33, right? It has been underway for multiple years. And that is one, you know, there are multiple reasons, but the ones to highlight is that one by one local campaign wins for all schooling spaces is not sustainable. Organizers are tired, organizers are burnt out, and the amount of school boards and post-secondary spaces that we have just in Ontario, it is not sustainable. And we know, again, this is a provincial jurisdiction. It also was created as a preventative measure to provincial mandate of policing in schools, which we're seeing right now. And the reality is that our partners in the US and Texas, they've already had a mandated of police in schools. In California, our partners there have had to push back. And in British Columbia, they've already effectively mandated policing in schools, but not through legislative means, through a culture of fear and culture of intimidation, by taking over a school board that remains steadfast in opposing policing in schools through human rights framework and centering students who are most negatively impacted. Also, the issue of the possibility of preventing provincializing police as educators. In Oklahoma, south of the colonial border, they started replacing, based on the manufactured crisis of staff shortage, having police replacing educators. And we know that exact same narrative is the one right here across Canada. And of course, for the incremental wins at the provincial level towards the larger goal, towards a policing-free schools Ontario. And so our provincial campaign, we have multiple priorities, but for some of them, of course, resistance, political education, capacity building, support and care, mitigating and reducing harm, and of course, creating respite spaces away from police and policing. Policing have become part of everyday spaces. And so for the provincial campaign, we already had former Ontario New Democratic Party Jill Andrew, who tabled the 2 petitions that you will actually see at the entrance. When you all leave or enter the space again, please sign both of them. So one of them is to mandate the removal of police in school programs across all educational spaces, K-12, including post-secondary, and also mandating the removal of policing, carceral, and punitive approaches within schooling spaces such as seclusion, restraint, and so forth, and demanding that the government properly fund education. And so again, this was pre-Bill 33. We know that Motion 145, this past December, introduced by PC and PP Jess Dixon, was to have the Ministry of Education encourage and support policing in schools. The Ontario New Democratic Party opposed it. The Ontario Green Party, their 2 members opposed it as well, fully as a caucus. And of course, it still moves forward due to a majority government. Also, independent Sarah Jama had opposed it. And those divided on the vote was the Ontario Liberal Party. And they were only divided because of the ongoing organizing and meeting with them, placing pressure on them. With that said, Bill 33, Supporting Children and Students Act, is contrary to everything that it has to do with supporting children and students. And so for Bill 33, even though it is a wide-reaching, far-reaching legislation that impacts multiple amendments, whether it be Education Act, looking at post-secondary, and also in regards to the child and family policing system, going to be focused on the Education Act specifically to K-12. And so Bill 33 essentially mandates policing in schools. It mandates and expands policing in schools, including and beyond police in school programs. So it is not just about the SRO program. It is a power grab. It makes it easier to take over school boards. It is a way to move towards privatization and eliminate democratically elected school board trustees, taking away local community power from communities. It is a tool to silence parents, caregivers, guardians, young people, and so forth. And so tiered and layered policing, again, that we've been seeing is a model, and I quote, in which social services are framed as policing functions, and it is expanded policing reaching throughout community spaces and everyday practices. And for reformist reforms, Critical Resistance, a US-based organization, defines it as which continue or expand the reach of policing. So what we're looking at is non-reformist reforms, which also known under a different name, abolitionist steps. And so is it reducing funding to police? Is it reducing the scale of policing? Is it reducing technology, tools, and tactics at their disposal? Is it challenging the notion that police actually do not increase safety? And so for the provincial campaign, we had a press conference at the end of July. We had provincial labor backing. In August, we had a back-to-school rally and teach-in, again, provincial labor backing. Many folks, just as in July, in August, many additional folks as speakers. We also have international solidarity from our partners from the US, the UK, South Africa, which are our formal partners, international partners, and also supporters based out in Australia and New Zealand, particularly scholars and advocates, over 60 of them. And so this is right now about exercising international solidarity as well. We had a first day of school press conference, which again, multiple folks, including provincial labor backing, understanding that students' learning conditions are workers' working conditions. And we're currently right now actually in the middle of a provincial campaign tour. It is ongoing. It started September 9th, and it will be ending October 17th. Our first stop was in Ottawa, and all of the campaign stops are alongside our local campaign partners. In Ottawa was with Asilu Collective. In Peel region was with Peel Black Collective and BEF Empowers. In Halton region, we had multiple partners as well co-hosting the TEST conference, including Halton Black Voices and Halton Black Teachers Association and the Halton Catholic District School Board. Recently went to Wellington Dufferin Guelph, situated within Guelph, but their school district serves Wellington and Dufferin counties, as well as the city of Guelph. Again, this time with UGDSB, Black Parent Council. 2 days ago, we were in Northern Ontario with our Greater Sudbury area partner, BLM Sudbury. And just yesterday in Simcoe County, also alongside our partners, Parents Against Racism, Simcoe County, as well as Uplift of Black. And so our next campaign stops, which actually isn't public, so this is the first time we're saying that it is coming out in Hamilton, Waterloo region, York region, Elgin, Middlesex, Oxford, London. And we are asking folks to join us, if able to, Monday, October 20th, 10 a.m. at Queen's Park for No to Bill 33, fund our schools, fund our communities. Folks are able to obtain additional information on our website, policingfreeschools.ca, and can definitely connect through email and follow us on X, Instagram, LinkedIn, and subscribe to our YouTube channel. Fund our schools, fund our communities, not policing in schools.
Okay, thank you so much, Andrea, for that. We now have our next session, grounding us in our politic, disability, justice, in education and beyond. And this will serve as an overview of histories of disability justice in our communities, the principles of disability justice in education and beyond, and the interdependence of our struggles and the systems we fight against. These pieces will also be connected to the education space, carcerality, and violence against disabled youth, and ground the event in a politic of disability justice. So I'm going to hand over the mic to my amazing colleague, Brad Eboy, the Executive Director of the Disability Justice Network of Ontario, to start off with this presentation.
Gosh, thanks, pals. Hello, folks. My name is Brad Eboy, as mentioned. I'm a member of the Hullabaloo Mi'kmaq Nation, originally from out in Western Newfoundland, and I'm the Executive Director at Disability Justice Network of Ontario. It is so wonderful to be here with everyone today and to be in community with everyone. It's not every day we get to have these moments together to build our own internal resilience, to build our capacity, and to build connection with each other. So I really appreciate every opportunity we get to do it, friends, and so much thanks to my dear colleague Ahona, and to the education team, and to all the other DJNO staff members and volunteers who are here today, who've been able to bring together so much of this space. Like, it has been an amazing process to be part of, and I just want to say thank you all so fundamentally and deeply for bringing this space together. So, with that said, friends, let's get started. So Ahona's already given kind of a broad overview of the session, so I'll quickly move on from there to just a bit of a specific breakdown of some of the things I'm going to talk about. And so we're going to talk a little bit about an overview of models of disability, like how we conceive and understand disability in society, talk a little bit about the disability rights movement specifically, a little bit about disability justice as an idea, and then start to tie things together by talking a little bit about our broader interdependent systems, carcerality, and then I'll be passing it back to Ahona to talk a little bit more about education context. So when we talk about disability, we talk a lot about models that people use to understand disability. And two that are fairly prevalent in our our society that are also deeply interlinked are the medical model and eugenics models of disability. So the medical model, as we mentioned here, is most often one that we still run into society that's fixated on diagnosis, treatment, and our normalization into wider society. It understands disability as fundamentally an individual experience and lacks in seeing us as able to exert our own wills and dreams and desires in community, and denies us social agency. So for a practical example for folks, think about how an application for ODSP, or Wheel-Trans, here in Toronto operate. They ask about our functions. They ask about our diagnoses. They break us down into these very precise medicalized boxes instead of truly understanding our needs as people and as they vary throughout a day, throughout our lives. And we have to uphold certain very particular standards to be seen as worthy by these systems to have something as simple as access to a bus. Now, when we talk about eugenics, we have to think about eugenics as a slightly separate model, but related. Eugenics, of course, was termed by Sir Francis Galton, who was a British colonizer scientist in 1883. And eugenicists believe, and still believe today, as we see in broader politics, that human traits are fully passed down from parents to their children, and that by eliminating people with undesirable traits, they could cure society. Obviously, this is a disgusting and violent position, but it is one that fundamentally, so much of our systems, when we talk about disability and education, they're simply based in those areas. So, historically, in Ontario, these models came into being through the creation, one, of the colonial state and the residential school system, as mentioned earlier. But on a provincial level, we can talk a little bit about the provincial asylum system. Specifically in May 1839, the province passed the act to authorize the erection of asylum within the province. I'm not going to go further with the full title because it's really gross. But it's the first piece of legislation in the province dealing with people with disabilities. Before then, folks were just either confined to their homes or directly incarcerated. So the reality is that the policing system and the carceral system has always, by design, been part of the lives of disabled people. Now, within a few years, they were able to open what would become CAMH here in Toronto in January 26, 1850. And in 1961, within 7 years after, there were already reports in major newspapers here in the city of sexual misconduct, inadequate security, physical harassment, and mismanagement. The overall site of CAMH was set for expansion. Now, something we also have to remember about CAMH is that the land itself is stolen. It was directly expropriated from the Mississaugas of the Credit and is still under the operation of CAMH. Now, in response to overcrowding at CAMH and some of the criticisms made of that space, they opened an initial branch of CAMH in Orillia. Now, that was opened in an old hotel and quickly became a broader issue because it closes by 1870 because of inadequate facilities and many reports of some of the same similar violence, harassment, other things happening in that space, built in an old hotel. But they decided to try again. And so the Huronia Regional Center was opened shortly after the initial branch's closure in 1876 in a village. Now, by the time that it closed in 2009, Huronia was the oldest institution in the province for developmental disabilities in Ontario and was subject to a class action lawsuit by past residents who experienced severe abuse and neglect at the hands of their caretakers. This included burying the dead in unmarked graves until 1958. There are 1,440 unmarked graves in the site and 571 numbered graves. Now, survivors have demanded that the site's buildings be torn down. And instead, some of those very buildings were refurbished and turned into the headquarters of the Ontario Provincial Police. Again, the violence done to disabled people, disabled youth, disabled children is fundamentally interlinked to the formation and preservation of policing in this province. Literally, the OPP is sitting on the bones of disabled people in this province right now. But there are other models of disability that we should think about. In particular, the charity model of disability sees the fight for justice for disabled people not as one of like for us and by us, but as a gift from those with money, authority, and power. So that, we're just cast as unfortunate souls to be saved by the kindness of others, or as near magical creatures that happen to just overcome barriers. Others would call that super cribs, And, this is also built into literal charities whose work ultimately refuses to look at systems, but focuses again on individuals and diagnosis, while avoiding some, and not all, of the overt cruelties of the medical model and overt eugenics. Finally, this is where we might find some of the surface level changes in language that infantilize us, like calling us differently abled, or handy-capable, or the like. Even a person with a disability could fit in this context as it distances us from our social position of disability, based on our own personal lived experience. But I want to keep moving and think a little bit more about other models, like the disability rights movement. Now, this was intended as a means to seek our community's rights under the law, and was heavily inspired by actions taken in the United States and the United Kingdom. And relatedly, we have the social model, which attempts to move us towards considering that the barriers that we face in society aren't due to ourselves or our body minds, but instead are through the actions and inactions of our society. And while these kind of movements are helpful and are also really critical in terms of building base legislation, certainly not perfect, but this is connected to things like deinstitutionalization, the closure of the provincial asylum system, in Ontario being one of those kind of results, as well as kind of consistent legislative change, like with the first positive legislation for disabled folks in Ontario, the Ontario Blind Persons Rights Act in 1976. You'll notice how long it took for there to be a positive piece of legislation in Ontario. It's quite a long time. Now, I also want to mention here that this is also related to movements such as shuttering sheltered workshops, which were used to exploit the labor of disabled folks, in different spaces and is deeply intertied with more recent legislation, inspired by the Americans with Disabilities Act in 1990. So 2 of those in Ontario are called the Ontarians with Disabilities Act and the Accessibility for Ontarians with Disabilities Act. And so the first of these were proposed by Bob Rae's NDP government, but it wouldn't be until 2001 until it was passed, and it was criticized for weak enforcement and overall provisions that didn't really fix a lot of problems. But, at the same time, after the period of Bob Rae, we've been put in a position where we're still digging out of the hole created by Mike Harris. I tend to talk about Mike Harris every time I do a public talk, because frankly, the issues created by the cuts to social assistance, so much of our broader social system, all stem from this period starting in 95 and onward. But during the following number of years, after Premier Dalton McGuinty came to power, disabled folks in broad community wanted to take another shot at building legislation to protect our rights in various ways. And so the attempt would be made through the AODA. The promise of the AODA was to build a barrier-free society by 2025. Now, we live in 2025, and I have to ask, did the AODA really fix the problems of the ODA? Not really. The reality is that the AODA has been incredibly underfunded, that successive years of austerity politics have failed our communities and allowed private businesses and organizations to simply ignore the AODA over the last 20 years. We are nowhere near meeting what it's supposed to be. Moreover, there's only 23 staff for the province to actually enforce the AODA. So the reality is, AODA enforcement is just not happening, even in the areas that it does cover. And let's be clear, the AODA has also failed to establish countless standards that have been proposed, particularly for education, those for the K-12 system, and those for post-secondary education. And they have been on, the books in draft for about 10 years. Nothing is happening. And there's several areas that the AODA doesn't cover at all, like housing, which is huge. So instead, rather than looking at the law and hoping that some legal intervention will save us, I think we need to look at broader positions of disability justice. Now, disability justice is meant as an alternative framework and a critique of the disability rights movement. It's derived from the work of disabled artist activists like those in Sins Invalid Collective in San Francisco. And at the same time that here in Ontario, folks passed the AODA, folks like the late Patty Byrne, Mia Mingus, and the late Stacey Milburn, and others conceptualized the frameworks of disability justice as moving beyond rights and legislation approaches to disability, and recentering our organizing away from just concepts of disability, which view us as a single community with no level of depth like many do, but instead looking at the intersecting and converging but often unique experiences of disabled communities, whether it's Black disabled communities, Indigenous disabled communities, other racialized disabled communities, experiences specifically of medical racism and ableism, and the intersections therein. So they also, at the time, established several principles of disability justice. Now, you're going to hear these referred to a lot over the course of this conference, whether it's talking about intersectionality, as Audre Lorde says, that we don't live single-issue lives, that our lives are coupled with dealing with white supremacy, supported by capitalism, intersecting with heteropatriarchy and transphobia and all sorts of other broader intersections of this world that renders us invalid. The idea that we need to center those in leadership that are most impacted because they know those systems best, as Aurora Levin Morales says. That we have an anti-capitalist politic. And I'm going to highlight this in particular because there's a lot of organizations out there that have started to use the phrase disability justice, but are unwilling to challenge our economic systems and the impacts that it specifically has on the land, on people, and especially like Indigenous, Black, and racialized disabled people, and being able to challenge the idea of productivity as a whole. But that's wrong. We need to be able to do all of these things together. And that also points to the need for a cross-movement organizing, that we need as disabled people to be interconnected with different movements of all sorts. And that we also need to recognize our wholeness, that we are whole people outside of ideas of productivity, outside of what broader society tells us we need to be, outside of what capitalism sometimes forces us to have to be in our jobs, in our work, in the different sorts of things that we experience. That we also need to think about sustainability, both in terms of our own selves and our own collectives, but also for the world, for the land, for the pieces around the world that interconnect together. That we're also interdependent, that each of our needs, interlock, and that we can build together towards liberation. And that state solutions ultimately aren't enough. That we show solidarity between, members of our community, that all of our disabilities are not the same, that we want to show solidarity towards each other's struggles, each other's experiences. And that builds on positions of collective access and ultimately collective liberation. That no body or mind can be left behind. That we can only have success through moving together and building the revolution that we require. So, what does it mean then to actually practice disability justice principles? It means that we need to think about disabled people who are most impacted by our broader systems in this colonial, ableist society. For DGNO, this means that we often, try to shift away from just talking about disability in a vacuum. It means that we talk about issues that other disability organizations might not. That we try to focus on, those who are in often very difficult situations. So, for example, we try to work with disabled prisoners fighting for justice at the Maplehurst Correctional Facility within the Ontario provincial prison system, or pushing beyond door widths and measuring tape and actually looking at what makes really affordable, accessible, supportive housing for all. And in turn, it also means supporting Indigenous sovereignty and ensuring that we take on things like the broader fight, for example, for grassy narrows in their fight against the mercury poisoning which has occurred in the English Wabagoon River system. And I bring up grassy narrows because in Grassy's case, that is both environmental ableism that has occurred there, it is direct colonial violence, it is environmental racism, and it is something that is ongoing as corporations continue to try to intercede and act on that land as they have since the 1960s, without the government really, at any level, taking accountability for what has happened there, and the violence and disablement that occurs to that nation and others in that area. It also means building up international solidarity through fighting ableism and genocide around the world, like in Gaza. We fundamentally believe that we must show solidarity with disabled communities internationally, even when governments on these territories create the conditions for injury, death, and disablement around the world. That's why we were part of broader calls at the United Nations to take a closer look at Canada's arms sales to Israel. It's why we are part of these discussions wherever they come up. And it's something that is a fundamental premise to the work that we do. So if we're talking about how our lives and movements are connected, we need to think about how the systems we're up against are too. You know, if we think about the example I gave earlier of grassy narrows, it isn't simply that one level of government hasn't acted, but all of them. It isn't simply that one corporation has justified resource exploitation, but many. And all of these systems work together to perpetuate colonial resource extraction for capitalist ends. If we talk about things like the provincial asylum system, you can see echoes in other systems, like group homes that exist here today, like the child welfare system, like in prisons, like in schools. All of these systems are fundamentally interconnected, and all of these systems share interrelationships between their staff, between their structures, and frankly, the governments that set them up have the same positions. They intend to have a consistency across these systems. And that consistency, when it comes to disabled people, especially Indigenous, Black, and racialized disabled people, is one of violence, exclusion, further disablement, and a return to eugenics. So I pose some questions to you. If the state physically isolates an emergency shelter from services, like schools, how can disabled youth in that shelter easily access education? This is something that's being talked about right now here in Toronto as they attempt to move shelters in Etobicoke and other spaces, or attempt to get rid of them entirely. And if we increase policing towards unhoused communities and increase the size of police forces to do so, how much easier is it then to bring police into schools? Think about all the expansion of policing that's happened through the pandemic. Think about, in the case of Hamilton, how the police there have spent so much time and so much money. They're getting additional money from the city of Hamilton. They even get within their own budget to drive people literally out of community and into the railway system, France, so that they're disconnected from fundamental community resources. But then if they're growing and at that size and have that depth of infrastructure, it makes it so much easier for them to deploy that elsewhere. Disability justice then, friends, teaches us that everything we face comes together like this. That we live in a world system of capitalism, policing, and control. A system that pushes us against our values to be more and more productive, to exhaust our capacity, and to isolate us, especially when we're vulnerable to it. Especially when, having us in spaces is inconvenient for these systems in one way or another. And we can't forget that there's an economic and social basis to all of this. It serves the ruling class better to make us better, more atomized workers, to push us away from community, and for those who don't fit that mold to get pushed out of those systems. If you are unhoused, you are told you need to be productive, that you need to work in society, but society won't have your back when it comes to having affordable, accessible housing. If you're in a shelter, they won't give you the ability and the knowledge to know that you're going to have access to schools for your children. If you have any other access need in housing, you might be told to go to a tribunal to seek justice and not be able to log in to the Zoom. These are the kinds of fundamental realities that we see every day across the different work that DJNO does. Ultimately, the medical model of disability that I talked about at the start set the stage for how these carceral systems creep their way into how our society builds things for disabled people. As mentioned, look at the things we talked about earlier with regards to the provincial asylum system. So much of what we're dealing with today, whether it's in Bill 33, Bill 6 that increases the criminalization of unhoused folks and drug users, or whether it's Bill 25, which is also on the books, that's looking to make political directives a thing for social services to have to follow. All of them reflect the same ideas that we could see in those earlier systems. Folks were able to successfully tear down some of those walls, but those ideas still live in the hearts of the ruling class. In turn, though, friends, we can't separate our struggles. Cross-movement solidarity shows us that the way to tackle these big, violent systems that aim to make us seem less than full people in society is by coming together, by seeing all of our struggles as part of one broad struggle. It doesn't matter if it comes from a prison guard or a social worker or a politician. We have to ground ourselves in the knowledge that this fight is everywhere in society. But throughout today's sessions, we'll hopefully give you some of the tools that you can use, not just in the classroom, but all throughout your life, so that you can take on the actions and belief of the ruling class about us as disabled people. And so that we can build a world that's truly free, that's by us, for us, and run by us. So with that, friends, I'm going to pass it over to Alana.
Thank you so much, Brad. Tough act to follow, but I will try to also keep it short because I know that we're running a little bit behind. But I also wanted to situate a lot of what Brad said about principles of disability justice into conversations about, disability justice and education within the context of children's rights and childhood. So, like disability, childhood is not a neutral category. It's constructed through hierarchies of race, disability, and gender and beyond that determine who is seen as quote-unquote innocent, who is seen as disruptive, and who is rendered disposable. And so under ableist capitalism, only some children are imagined as worthy of becoming and are seen only as future adults, with others only conditionally being deemed deserving of that becoming and that futurity. So this is, especially applicable to disabled youth, neurodivergent youth, and Black, Indigenous, and racialized youth, who are treated as failed futures, body minds to be managed rather than nurtured and cared for within schooling spaces. And so a lot of scholars and folks who do children's rights work refer to this as the politics of childing and unchilding. So this is the selective extension or withdrawal of innocence and protection. So schools, as we know, enact this every day through behavioral contracts framed under the language of care, the co-opted language of care, safety plans that become mechanisms of surveillance and control, and disciplinary policies that define whose body minds are compatible, quote unquote, with the classroom. So disabled and racialized students also experience this dual process of infantilization and adultification. And I think this is really important to talk about within the context of understanding that disabled folks are often also infantilized. So they're infantilized when their perspectives are dismissed, when they're treated as incapable of understanding or incapable of advocacy. But then also there's this experience of adultification the moment that resistance occurs, the moment that folks are experiencing distress. And I think, their distress is reframed as a sort of aggression, and, expressions of difference are seen as deliberate defiance and criminalized. So there's this expectation of quote unquote self-regulation and expectations to perform accountability in ways that, we would often expect adults to do so. And this is conditional upon, factors like race, gender, disability, etc. So these are really, really important things to think about, because we cannot separate disability justice from children's rights. They are interconnected and deeply, deeply intertwined as a politic. And so when we're talking about this in the context of disability justice education, we have to think about this from a children's rights perspective more broadly. And I also want to touch on the fact that there is this understanding when we think about, children, that children aren't seen as current beings, human beings, but rather future adults and future workers for the workforce, right? And so this is what the framework that we're looking at under a colonial, capitalist, ableist system and education system. So with that being said, I do also just want to define and contextualize some of the pieces that we're going to be talking about throughout the day, because I know folks also might be stepping into this space. I know some of you might be familiar with these definitions, but others may not. So I wanted to start with talking about forms of exclusionary discipline that we're going to be talking about today throughout all of the panels and all of the sessions. So just for context, suspensions are the temporary removal of students from school for a defined period of time. And in Ontario, this is between 1 to 20 school days. And they're often justified as a reasonable disciplinary measure, and often they're unreasonable, more often than not. And in practice, they interrupt learning, deprive students of the right to education, and isolate them from support networks. And again, this disproportionately targets disabled and racialized youth within the education system. And similarly, expulsions are the permanent removal of a student from their school, or even an entire school board. And these often function as a form of institutional banishment, or a gateway into what are known as quote unquote alternative education programs that are often segregated, right? So a lot of the time we hear that these programs, these gateway programs, they use the again co-opted language of care, of special education supports, which is language that we don't typically use because it is pathologizing. But we have to recognize that these spaces are often segregated, and they are often spaces that are funneling students outside of schooling context in which they would be able to be with the rest of their peers, other families, caregivers, educators, etc. And with that being said, exclusions are the informal or undocumented removal from the classroom or school environment. So this could include instances like being sent home early, barred from field trips, or being told to stay away from certain spaces. And we've seen this very often with disabled students within the education space. We can think of examples of disabled students being excluded from physical education spaces as a really common example as well. And these occur often outside of official policy, leaving students and families without official means for recourse. So when we look at suspensions and expulsions policies, there often are formal mechanisms for appeal, though they're not always effective and often are quite racist and ableist. But these mechanisms do exist, but exclusions, because they are undocumented and often involve calling caregivers and asking that they pick up their disabled students and bring them home because there's a lack of EA support or a lack of disability-related supports in the classroom. These incidents are undocumented, leading to a lack of recourse. So that being said, I'm gonna also define some terms that we'll be using that are with respect to control, isolation, and immobilization. So specifically, seclusion as well is the involuntary confinement of a student alone in a room or space that they cannot freely leave. At DJNO, in our work, we've seen students as young as 6 being placed in seclusion rooms. And so these are rooms that can be the size of perhaps even a closet. And these spaces are being used as, quote unquote, calming strategies or sensory rooms. They're often padded rooms, often without windows. We've heard of instances of, again, like Black students specifically, as young as 6 years old, being placed in these rooms as a form of punishment. And so we also have to recognize these spaces as spaces of segregation that isolate rather than support youth. And again, these spaces are extremely traumatizing. Restraint has been talked about a little bit as well. So whether we're talking about physical restraint, which can involve EAs or other staff using physical force to either pin students down, pin their arms behind their backs, and yeah, physically restrained, it's exactly what they sound like. Or chemical restraints involves the use of medication to kind of try to authorize the same result. But this is a use of physical force by adults in authority positions to immobilize or restrict a student's movement, speech, or any form of expression. And again, these are often justified under the language of safety, but it teaches us that body minds must be controlled rather than supported and cared for. And that is obviously the approach that we are looking for as an alternative. And again, we also talked briefly about corporal punishment, but corporal punishment does include any act intended to inflict physical pain, fear, or humiliation to enforce compliance. So this could include hitting, grabbing, forced standing even. We also see the practice of telling students to stand against the wall as a form of discipline, or other forms of verbal abuse also can be, seen as corporal punishment in different ways as well. So despite being widely condemned, corporal punishment, again, still remains legal across so-called Canada under Section 43 of the Criminal Code, which is extremely concerning. So in all of this, each of these practices do reinforce the same message, that safety is achieved through control, and that compliance is a precondition for inclusion within the classroom setting and within the education space. But I want to re-emphasize that disability justice challenges this entirely, and it affirms that safety cannot exist or coexist with coercion, and what schools call discipline, and what schools, call safety often is, again, discipline, and reproduces the very harm it claims to prevent. So with that being said, I know that folks on their tables each should have one of these reports. And this is a report that was compiled by the McMaster Research Shop in collaboration with our education project at the Disability Justice Network of Ontario. So these reports specifically surveyed the experiences of disabled and racialized youth with unjust punishment within the education system. And so it covered all of these experiences ranging from interactions with police, seclusion, restraint, suspension, expulsions, and exclusions. So I wanted to give a little bit of a quick overview of some of the data that came through from this report that was conducted in 2024. So as we can see here, a lot of folks who had filled out the survey had indicated that the factors that they attributed to their experiences of unjust punishment were oftentimes, again, disability and race, and oftentimes the intersection of both. And as well, we see, purple is gender or sexual orientation, light blue is religion or faith, green is socioeconomic status, orange is race, ethnicity, and culture, and blue is disability. So looking at this data, I think it's really important to kind of contextualize all of this. But we also know that, the data has been out there, we've known this for a really long time, but just, I think, to also give a bit of a visual for, some of these cases. And similarly, parents and caregivers also most frequently associated their students' disability and race, ethnicity, or culture with experiences of unjust punishment. And so we can see how disability and race, again, are factors attributed in this context as well. And so, this alignment also between student and caregiver perspectives also demonstrates that these are not isolated incidents, they're systemic, and both groups are recognizing how disability and race shape who is disciplined, how, and for what reasons. And that being said, this table also shows the most frequent combination of factors attributed to unjust punishment, including disability, race, and the combination of both as well. And a direct quote from the report as well from a student is they don't know how to deal with the Black, disabled, or queer kids, so they punish us faster. And this is just one quote from within the report. There are multiple quotes that I think folks should take the time to read through that are really important and also really jarring. So with that being said, we talked a bit about children's rights, childhoods, and differential experiences of childhood within the context of disability justice and education. And we have to recognize that from an abolitionist perspective, a disability justice perspective, compliance with frameworks also of like human rights is not enough. And the goal is not to kind of manage the harm more gently, but it is to transform systems that produce it. So with that being said, in thinking about creating policing through schools and grounding this in disability justice, I want folks to kind of ground themselves in the conversation of recognizing the wholeness of children, right? So recognizing the wholeness of children and dreaming safer schools through disability justice. I want us to think, what would it mean to reimagine education through a politic of love, care, interdependence, and trust rather than control? So as we, talk about all of these pieces today, as we consider all these pieces, how can we also consider the ways in which we can be in solidarity and in close struggle with the children in our lives, right? We can, internalize a lot of these conversations as well, but what does it mean when we maybe go home to our kids? Or what does it mean when we are in community with children, right? Their voices are extremely important in this conversation. So also thinking about how we're gonna ground this struggle in solidarity with youth through this process as well. Okay, so that being said, we are going to be moving on to our first panel of the day. So this panel is titled Carceral Continuum in Education, from pre-K, K to 12, and post-secondary education. We have a number of really amazing panelists coming up. I'm not sure if everyone is here yet, but just for a brief description before I bring folks up, this will be a panel discussion on the multiple ways that policing and carceral measures show up within educational spaces, including and beyond police presence. Panelists will discuss the carceral continuum from pre-K to K to 12 and post-secondary education, which makes part of the school-prison nexus, and the importance of dismantling it to co-create a liberatory education system. So I'm going to call up all of our panelists, including our moderator, who is Andrea, who you guys already know, our panelists, who are Rachel Brophy, Behan Farhadi, Charlene Grant, Anna Hassan, and Rosalind Hampton. So let's get a round of applause for these folks.
Test. Hi folks, so thanks again. So for today's panel discussion, we are going to be focused on the school prison nexus, particularly at the education site, and looking at this through the carceral continuum in education, pre-K, K to 12, and post-secondary. So I'm going to be introducing our panelists, and then we'll be diving right in. Rachel Brophy is a professor in the School of Early Childhood at George Brown College. She works closely with Saget Félicien and Nunavik Childcare in northern Quebec to support Indigenous childcare training programs. And Rachel's work is grounded in critical pedagogy and draws on her past experiences as an ECE with the goal of co-creating and nurturing liberatory early years spaces, relationships. Behan Farhadi, Dr. Behan Farhadi, is an assistant professor of educational policy and equity at the Ontario Institute for Studies in Education, University of Toronto. Her research focuses on surveillance technology in public schools, learning surveillance, and online education. Dr. Farhadi draws from extensive experience teaching in secondary schools and public education advocacy to bridge research and practice. Anas Hassan is a grade 12 student and was democratically elected as a student trustee for the Toronto District School Board. Alongside this role, he works to increase students' involvement in issues impacting their education through his involvement within the community. Currently, he is connecting with and supporting students across Ontario in opposition to Bill 33, including policing in schools, through Student Voices in Action Ontario, which also so happens to be one of our PFS partners. We also have Rosalind Hampton, who works as an associate professor at the Ontario Institute for Studies in Education, the University of Toronto. Professor Hampton's areas of teaching and research include Black radical thought, arts, critical creative practice, Black studies in higher education, student activism, and community-based and popular education. And unfortunately, our last panelist is not able to join us at the moment. We'll be introducing them as well. Charlene Grant is a consultant, entrepreneur, an equity advocate committed to building inclusive systems. She is the co-founder and CEO of Parents of Black Children, where she leads advocacy to dismantle anti-Black racism in education and child service systems. She previously led a landmark human rights challenge against the York Region District School Board and has championed systemic reforms across Ontario. And so when we're looking at carceral continuum, a lot of folks when we're talking about carcerality within schooling and educational spaces often forget that policing and carceral measures actually do operate within pre-K and in early childhood settings. And so I want to start off with Rachel. In your experience, both as an early childhood educator and as an early childhood professor, what are the multiple ways that policing and carceral measures show up in early childhood spaces, including the reinforcement of the normalized narrative that police and policing equate with safety? And how do these experiences in early childhood shape a child's future experiences of schooling and policing?
Thank you. Can you hear me? No. Trey? Okay. Yes? All right. I have so many notes, so I'm going to see what I can do here. I guess what I want to talk about is two things. One is the concrete ways that police and symbols of policing are inside of early years spaces, specifically childcare programs. But also think about how policing as practice and carceral logics as foundational to what childcare and our ways of governing our relationships with little kids. It's actually a lot of how it's been built. So I'll start with the concrete. Concrete things are actual police. So police officers will come to childcare community events and be there. They'll also be invited as classroom visitors or special guests into childcare spaces, and usually without question. Parents aren't notified about this because it's not seen as something that we should get consent for or something we should be concerned about. So they're welcomed into spaces. Also, police are framed as community helpers. And they're seen as like a local authority, a role model, friendly, easily accessible, and personable. Children are taught and told to show appreciation to police, to wave, to give a thumbs up, to say thank you, to give them a thank you card. And children are directed through storybooks, playroom visits, songs, and conversation to approach a police officer if they need help. We also see all kinds of propaganda and police inside of children's play materials. So every toy company like Lego, Fisher-Price, Playmobil, they all have police car toys, police stations, police characters. And you can even find children's favorite characters from shows or books recreated into like a police stuffy. And these items sit on the shelves all through childcare centers and in many children's homes. You can also get police costumes, even for babies, and they come equipped with all kinds of gadgets like tickets and cameras and whistles and fingerprint kits and badges and sometimes even weapons. You can also get prisoner costumes. SWAT team costumes, and an infinite variation of soldier costumes. All of it reinforcing stereotypes and binaries of good guy, bad guy, law versus criminal, and crime versus punishment, and encouraging play about violence and prison. We also see police in TV shows like Paw Patrol and Cocomelon and all those things, and even people's beloved Sesame Street, where police are presented as unrealistic, oversimplified, safe, police as heroes, and police as necessary. They also normalize police presence and send messages that we need to be police and we should not question it. And then we see these ideas play out in children's pretend play and also in their social relationships, how they will inform and report on each other, highlighting behavior that doesn't conform, and they seek out intervention from authority figures for minor disagreements or conflicts in play. But what's more insidious and deeply embedded in early childhood education are the practices of policing and carceral logics that govern and shape how adults treat very young children. So some examples: unrealistic expectations and compliance. Many expectations of the behavior of very young children are not in line with what children are actually able to understand, able to do, and able to sustain. We police children's bodies, lining them up, walking in a line, arms at your sides, sitting still, sitting on the carpet, crisscross applesauce, sit on your hands, don't make any noise. We also ignore and disregard the expression of emotion, sadness, anger, or big, happy, silly feelings. Sometimes educators ignore the complaints or discomfort that children try to share, like sensory overload or overstimulation. And we also can disregard and ignore their worries and their concerns. This kind of behavior is seen as attention-seeking, a term I don't like, and not taken seriously or seen as untruthful, so children are not believed. We also see exclusion and isolation. In many programs, time out is no longer considered appropriate, so it's been rebranded as renewal time or a calm down area. But it's still an illogical removal of a child that's not relational and putting them into a space where they're confined or they're all alone. We also see a lot of control at snack time and mealtime, or nap time. These vulnerable, nurturing times of the day where children are often more sensitive and in need of more care. There are a lot of battles that will ensue in those times of the days where educators are asking children to 4 more bites, or then you can leave the table, sort of making these negotiations about what they're allowed to do and put into their body, or finding ways to keep them on their nap beds, sometimes with physical force. We also hear all kinds of dismissive, patronizing language, threats, and coercion. Things like, you get what you get and don't be upset, or put your tears away, or I don't like it when you do that. And this one I was thinking about the other day, an attention thing in a room. I hear educators and kindergarten teachers do this all the time. Hands on top, and all the kids put their hands on their heads. That means stop. A way of getting their attention, and I was like, the more I thought about it, the more disturbing it became to me. There's also all kinds of threats if you don't follow the rules or conform or comply with the directions or manage your body, then you won't get to participate. If you don't listen, we're going to call your mom. If you don't listen, your friends won't want to play with you. If you don't listen, it will make me sad. We also see in those interactions how the adult will use the bigness of their body in contrast with the smallness of the child, that domination. A couple more things to say, thinking about the physical space of childcare centers, designed with the idea of safety in mind, but there are fenced-in yards. Children cannot escape from rooms. There's often like a half door with a window and kids are pressed against it. They can't get out unless an adult lets them out. For safety, yes, but also it's a very kind of a symbolic space to be in. And families are not often welcomed into childcare spaces. They're kept outside. And then there's surveillance. There's all kinds of surveillance in childcare spaces through educators documenting children's play, taking photos and videos. It's disguised as pedagogical documentation, but it is used for all other kinds of purposes. And now a lot of childcare centers also have cameras inside of the rooms as a way to let parents feel secure and safe to see their children in those spaces, but it's surveilling both children and educators. So what's the impact? It sets up a narrative of police as an unquestionable presence and a necessary one, uncritically welcomed and trusted. Children's voices, voices of the vulnerable, are not valued or listened to. Compliance is rewarded. Threats are used to put behavior in check, and punitive measures are deemed necessary for some. We know these methods disproportionately impact and harm Black children, Indigenous children, and other racialized children. Research in preschool settings shows that bias and racism impact the way that educators treat children and dole out favored responsiveness to some and punitive measures to others. But in the very early years, also many disabled or neurodivergent children are coming into their world. They do not have labels or diagnoses and are still being met by their families. Their families are learning about them and what they need. And when the children don't comply in the educational space, the educator has nowhere to go, oh, this is the reason why. And so that child will be met with being singled out, being removed, being shamed, excluded, and very misunderstood. So this leaves children and families both disempowered and injured. Through repetition, this can become the normative way to respond to children's regular behavior. Children start to think this is the way teachers can and will treat them. This is what school is like. It will breed fear, confusion, lack of confidence, shame, hiding, silence, injury, and damage. Children carry these messages forward. This is what adults do. This is what learning is like. And we must comply or we will be punished, or we'll learn to hide as best we can. That's it. For now. Thank you.
So much gratitude, Rachel, for speaking to, again, the multiple ways that policing and carcerality operate within pre-K and early childhood learning spaces. Whether it be, you gave examples of the infrastructure, gave examples of the practices, the policies, also the carceral logics, right? Like the shaming over, the power over, the control over, the coercion, and so forth. So thank you so much for highlighting that, because particularly, even when we're speaking about the pre-K early childhood space tends to be completely erased. And it's really important, again, when we're talking about the school-prison nexus, when we're talking about the carceral continuum, even if we're focusing on a particular education site, it is important to understand that policing and carcerality operate within all school and educational spaces, including, and can't be left out, is pre-K. And how in pre-K, but also even within family homes, that's when the socialization process, as you mentioned, police being brought in and showcased as community helpers, right? And so that is definitely when a core belief system starts rising up and seeing police and policing equating with safe and safety, and that must be highlighted. And moving on from the pre-K space to the K-12 space, Mayhan, in your experiences as a professor, and particularly through our collaborative research project on surveillance technology in Canadian public schools, in many instances, technological surveillance isn't known to be actually a policing and carceral measure within our public schools. So what are the types of technological surveillance that are already being used, and under what narratives are they being justified, rationalized, and how has our news media helped normalize school surveillance, and how is this necessity being sold to the public?
Thanks so much. Hi, everybody. A little background, and I don't know if you know this, but this research, or like think about it this way, but this research project that I started, really the genesis of it came when Andrea came to a presentation that I did on online learning, which is also an area that I study. And she asked during the question period, like, do you do work on surveillance? And at the time, I was like, I do. Like, I'm writing about surveillance and learning analytics in particular, and how student data gets used, and how that data is understood by teachers in K-12 to make meaning out of who the student is and what they're doing. But then we talked after, and it was another kind of angle that you also were interested in, and this was kind of an angle that was being looked at in the United States, and this is the angle of surveillance through the lens of discipline. And so one of the ways that I sort of conceptualize what I do is I kind of look at surveillance from two angles. I look at it from an angle that responds to the so-called problem of learning and curriculum, and another to the so-called problem of violence and violence in schools. And I say so-called because the lens that I bring to this work understands policy and policy production as actually producing the problem itself that it seeks to solve. So when you're reading policy, within the policy itself is the formulation of a problem that then assumes a solution. So I don't take the concept of, for example, violence in schools for granted. It's not something out there that we have to identify. Because when we talk about violence in schools, we're often talking, when I say we, I'm talking about like an institutional we, it's talking about students as the site of the problem. That is the problem formulation and policy. So my research, and this is why this collaboration, I'm really grateful for it, it is a collaboration that connects research to like living, research to organizing, research to the ways that research can have an impact and should have an impact. So really, really grateful for that. So when we had this conversation, I started getting into the ways that surveillance plays out in schools as it's currently understood. As we know, there's a real dominance of imagination when it comes to surveillance and surveillance technology that is US-centric. And in that kind of sense, we understand the kind of image of a US-centric surveillance lens as being, really explicitly visually carceral, right? So students walk through metal detectors, there's significant policing, we have the imagination and the reality of mass school shootings. This is kind of like the extreme, we say extreme on a continuum. And so when we were looking at it, and so one would think like Canada is not really part of this conversation. And so when we're thinking about surveillance, it's like in Canada, it tends to show up in 4 ways. And I say that because last year we did, we looked at all of like news media that came out from 2010 to 2024. And the question we really want to ask over this research is taking place over 5 years. And the question we're really trying to answer is, what surveillance technology exists in Canada? Where do we see it? And how is it playing out? And how are leaders moving in a way that responds to the so-called problem of violence that doesn't involve surveillance and that does involve other means of caring for students? So this is really like the beginning of a longer term project. So the beginning of the project is like, what's happening and where? So we looked at news media for 2 reasons. One, because it has a democratic, and I put that in air quotes, a democratic function to hold systems accountable, right? So that's kind of its ideal. And what that means is there's a lot of boundedness to how that looks. We have, and it's at this moment, we're in a moment where news media is corporately controlled overwhelmingly. So what looks like accountability and should be understood through that lens. But media also has another function. It's actually predictive of truth. It's predictive of how we understand the world. And so in that way, it's sort of discursive, in that sort of like a more sort of jargony language to say like the way that we understand the world is in part shaped by how news media reflects the world back to us. So when we looked at news media from 2010 to 2024, what we did was search through all of the ways that surveillance technology itself, like the technology itself, exists. And the top 4 technologies that came up from 2010 to 2024 were the use of reporting tools. And this was often a response to the problem formulation of bullying. And the problem formulation of bullying in news media is shaped by the single tragedy. And we have Amanda Todd, Rotaya Parsons, Jordan Manners, and we have those individual tragedies that are a tragedy of death that gets operationalized and abstracted from the human to be the story that policymakers use as a response. And these reporting tools are not evidence-based. There have been very few critiques of it, and it doesn't effectively, if the idea is to stop bullying, these reporting tools become an optics through which students are particularly encouraged to report on each other, and that report goes to an administrator who looks at a tool that is corporately controlled and run, and they're supposed to do something with it. How often these tools are used, who uses these tools are kind of the question that we're moving into the next phase of the project as we move forward with some freedom of information requests in school districts that are using this prominently within British Columbia. The second one is internet filtering and monitoring. And so this is different from the kinds of ways that we think about, like, you know, students receive a Chromebook in Toronto District School Board, not so much anymore because of budget cuts, but in grade 5, every student would receive a Chromebook, and then they get a renewal, I think, in grade 9. And these Chromebooks are provided by the board and surveilled by the board. And there are some districts, and again, I think with BC, because that's been such a big case study for us, they have tools where you can actually like catch students writing particular words, where that will set off a kind of, it will set off something to an administrator to check into. And these are often, again, under the discourse of safety in schools. And we don't know what the context is sometimes. In the United States, it's much more insidious and much more expansive. But again, the degree to which this is happening, we are not sure. But it is, both of these things are questions also of resource distribution. So when we're thinking about where does money get distributed within schools, and we're looking at surveillance as a category that is increasing over time, the most common one and the most widely used is CCTV cameras, video surveillance. That also has been increasing its capabilities through AI, and so they're becoming supercharged. We're trying to find out the degree to which those software updates are getting implemented within school boards. These are things you wouldn't see reported or you wouldn't see explicitly available. And the last one are this category of monitoring devices. So there's the vaping, ultrasonic, and anti-loitering. And Ontario recently, in 2024, I wrote about the $50 million investment in these tools or in surveillance technologies that include these tools. And I was critiquing a particular case study that Ontario had referenced as a success story for vaping in particular. And it was actually a bit of a controversy with the editor when I tried to publish it for reasons that, you know, I hope to publish about one day, but I couldn't do it in that particular venue. But effectively, this particular school, in this particular school district, had done a pilot study using vape detectors that mimicked, like the actual report that they published, mimicked corporate rationales for it. And so what corporations will say to you is like, our technology, like, so this is an evidence base. There's no evidence that vaping technologies on its own increase safety for students. But what they'll say is, you can't just use our technology. You must use our technology in a whole group of other responses that include caring, relational building, all of the things that we understand collectively to be have longevity, that require time, that require partnership with other humans and with other organizations such as public health, but also use our technology. So it becomes, in the way that they sell it, really hard to kind of pick apart, because they sell it as part of this care package. Buy our specific technology so we can profit from it, but as part of this broader care package. And so what news media has done is effectively done what we see elsewhere, which is use the kind of fear-based rhetoric around single tragedies. But also, this is the last thing I'll say, is they are increasingly, and this is not increasingly, but this happened with Jordan Manners, and when he got killed in his school, there was a Faulkner report, and that increased police in schools. That also we also saw after the Sandy Hook shooting in 2012, McGuinty put $10 million into expanding like locks in schools and infrastructure around safety. And there were conversations at that time around the rhetoric of the US mass shootings and how that's impacting how we're operationalizing safety in schools. And more recently, there's the national summit that I attended called Guns, Gangs, and School Violence, I think it was, by a group called Safer Schools Together. And they're a consultancy that is really operating in the United States, and the discourse and the impact, the actual presence of police within this summit is also something that really was concerning, because there was, I mean, it was a uniformed officer singing the Canadian and national and U.S. national anthem to start, and then this white police officer was thanking his ancestors for like the opportunity to be there, and it was partnered with the Vancouver police. And a lot of the discourse, almost exclusively the speakers for that summit, were white mothers who lost their children to mass shootings in the United States. So there was like this real import of like ideas and imaginations about mass school shootings that makes the British Columbia in particular such a unique case. But what I've also seen is that through the news media, you can actually trace how policies get moved from one place to another. So they will get cited. Actually, British Columbia did get cited, and the reporting tool got cited. The reporting tool that was licensed through Safer Schools Together that's running the summit got taken up in other jurisdictions. So what's really important to take away from this so far is analytically, we might focus on the surveillance technology, but we have to be able to map and understand the way this technology is connected to an infrastructure that includes partnership with police, that includes physical police in schools, but also includes not having police in schools, but having technologies police can access in schools. And that technology being embedded not only in the schooling environment, but also in the learning environment and the computers that students are accessing. And they do not know or understand by design what information is being collected about them and how that information is being used, and what other so-called partners are included in the access of this information and under what, what reasons. So I hope that word vomit supported an answer to your question.
So much gratitude for the collaboration and for highlighting, again, that technological surveillance is a real thing right here in so-called Canada, and also right here in Ontario. And thank you for speaking to the multiple ways that, technological surveillance is being utilized for, quote unquote discipline and so forth, or even packaged under care for mental health and so forth. So the multiple ways that, again, the co-optation of care is being utilized. And of course, this also impeding on the privacy rights and the human rights of young people, where, through Safer Schools Together, as mentioned, going through open access information, flagging, a lot of these things, and really fundamentally bringing it down to that these are corporations. There are individuals and corporations that are profiting off in multiple ways on technological surveillance, Safer Schools Together being one of them, which is Canadian-based, and actually works directly with the BC government. They also work in districts such as in the US, like Chicago and so forth. And so a lot of the information that's going to come out of the work is significant to really recognize how embedded technological surveillance and corporations are across the landscape of so-called Canada. So thank you again so much. And so we're going to still stay within the K-12 educational space, right? We saw one of the multiple policing carcerality measures through technological surveillance. We're looking at it through, again, the school prison nexus, including police presence within school and educational spaces and connecting it to Bill 33. Want to bring it down for centering student and youth voice. And now, as a student and a youth leader and co-founder of Student Voices in Action Ontario, opposing Bill 33, including opposing policing in schools, take us on a journey and let folks know, tell us how Student Voices in Action came to be, why young people started organizing against Bill 33 right here in Ontario, and the shift from local to provincial organizing, and what is the importance of students, current students, who are directly impacted leading this organizing, and how do you see this work as connected to, part of, and a continuation of the broader tradition of student and youth resistance and organizing, particularly in relation to police and school programs?
Thank you, Andrea. And so, Student Voices in Action, we really started off as kind of an initiative, including school board trustees. So right now, Toronto District School Board, the board which I'm a student trustee for, we're under supervision by the provincial government. And so that's, again, part of like the culture of, making sure that voices in the community are unheard, and, making sure decisions are done in Queen's Park and not from voices in local community, through trustees, through student trustees, through student voices, whatever it be. And so once we realized, me and other student leaders, that we couldn't really make a change through the board like we had hoped to, we shifted to like, how could we make those changes in the community through advocacy? And so that's how we started up, and through having advisors that are adult trustees who know their communities, who know the issues students are going through because they work with them so often. That's how we started up, just to make sure that student voices are heard in the community, even though they aren't anymore on the board. And so the youth started to, organize around Bill 33 because it was one of those things that once it hit the media, the youth that saw it, even though right now the coverage for it isn't where we want it to be, once it hit the media, like the youth that saw it, they immediately alarmed me, other student leaders. It was like so many parts of the bill are concerning. And so yesterday, again, there was another town hall meeting with different parts of the bill that, like, we spent hours talking about different parts of the bill, and that didn't even cover policing. And so it not only gives all the power to the director and the supervisors and the Minister of Education, it takes away power from communities. And so once youth realize that not only does that, but also puts adults in schools who aren't there to support their education and are there instead to police them, we realize that that's not something that we want to see in our schools ever. And so, especially in secondary schools where, already it's like you're learning every single day, and it's forces are hard. That's just like, that's the very honest reality of it. And it's so difficult to do all of that when there's already school boards that aren't conducive to learning. And by having police there that will police everything, that will criminalize regular high school student behavior, criminalize a lot of the actions that we see already happening, that'll only make it harder for students to learn. And so that's why students started speaking up about it, and that's why, because we can't do it on the board anymore, that's why Student Voices in Action reform. And so part of the supportive care for students comes from supportive adults in classrooms. And so right now, one of the issues that we see in classrooms are not having enough teachers or educators or staff in schools. And so with classroom sizes reaching up to 40, we don't have one teacher taking care of 40 students is a lot. A teacher can't effectively take care of 40 students. Class size closer to 20 or 25 would be much more beneficial, not only to student learning, but to adults when they can teach properly, know what every student needs. Because a class size of 40, realistically, a teacher cannot, know what every single student needs, especially special education students. Once you factor them in, you realize that every single student has special needs, and every single student learns in a different way. And so, just yesterday with the Ontario Autism Coalition, they shared the fact that 71 out of 72 school boards spend more on special education funding than they allocate. And so that goes to show how much money is needed for special education, and that includes support staff, that includes educators, and that includes teachers, and that does not include police presence or surveillance in schools, because that only contributes to a negative environment. And so, again, we started locally, we started like talking to our trustees, we started talking to students, but we realized that that was never going to get as big as we needed it. We realized that, because the board isn't listening to us, we need to work with press, we need to work with the media. Some boards, they've taken and passed motions to support staff. So the Durham District School Board, they just recently passed a motion to kind of like reaffirm the importance of school board trustees and why they're so important, especially with the Minister of Education's new statements on why removing trustees is a good idea. Durham District School Board kind of like reinforced the idea that trustees are a connection to community voice. And so again, some school boards are able to do that, some aren't. TDSU, we couldn't do that right now. But boards like Durham District School Board are reinforcing the idea of having community voice, having community supports, their support students, having someone there for students through the community, someone that parents can reach out to, someone that community members can reach out to about concerns, whether that be in school communities. If we don't have trustees, we're essentially getting rid of any form of feedback. Because right now, there is no way we can give feedback to a board that's continuously doing budget cuts. And so currently, students and youth leaders, we are trying our best to, really work with the press. Right now, very thankful for the fact that almost every major news outlet has been able to cover Bill 33 or students being underfunded in some way, but covering it once doesn't really cut it. And so getting them to continuously cover it or getting them to continuously, broadcast the fact that school boards are being underfunded is the only way to make sure that people outside of education, like people outside teachers, education workers, are really understanding what's going on. Because even now, parents really don't know what's going on with number one, Bill 33, and number two, trustees. I still have students reaching out to me about, hey, Nat, we need to see these issues changed in the school board. I know other adult trustees are also experiencing the same, where they hear from their constituents and they hear from parents about, hey, we need these changes, or I need your help doing this. And we can't really help them because of, again, supervision, which, coming up to the end of the year, it's a reality that could be faced by almost every other school board in Ontario. And so, kind of going off of that, so Bill 33 just kind of contributes to that. So, with the minister's plans to get rid of trustees fully, Bill 33 would not only give more power to the minister to do more and do whatever he deems fit, it would again take away from that community voice, take away from our power to advocate for what we need, what we want to see done in our school boards, what students need. Because right now, we have adults, we have parents going to trustees to tell them, hey, this is what we want to see in our schools, this is what we don't see in our schools, these are the resources we need. But even with student trustees like myself, when students come to us saying, hey, this is what's happening in schools, I'm not sure how to address it, my principal can't address it, it's a board-wide issue, this is not just me, I can't do anything about it. So not only is it that community members can't see the changes they want to see in the board, but students, the people who are facing the reality of schools, of education every single day, the issues that they're seeing, underfunding in education, not getting enough special education resources, unsafe school areas, one of the big things we hear all the time, the fact that bathrooms are closed because of drug use, vape use, all of those things are no longer things that I can take up to the board. And so, because this is a reality that could be true for so many more boards coming up, that again just contributes to culture of supervision, culture of surveillance, culture of kind of like policing what goes on in school boards. And again, the reason why this is so bad is because every school board is different. If I'm telling you that a school board from North Ontario versus a school board in Toronto School Board, they're not the same. They won't operate the same. They have drastically different numbers of people. The Toronto School Board is the largest school board in all of Canada. And so we have 239,000 students. And so the way I advocate for that many students versus a school board with, let's say, 2,000 students is going to be very different. And so even community with that, the amount of advocating that needs to be done, the motion that needs to be passed to make sure everyone feels included are going to be very different. And so that's kind of where Student Voices in Action kind of play the kind of advocacy and community student advocacy role to make sure that students, when they want to speak up, whether that be student trustees or just a regular student voice, that they are heard through the press, through the media, and through the board if that's what needs to be done. And that's exactly why police, when they come into schools, they intimidate students, when they kind of criminalize student behavior, whether that be student advocacy or regular student behavior, it just kind of continues to lead into that and discourages students from speaking up about what they need, what they want to see in the world, the things they need for themselves to succeed in schools, to do better in their education. That's where students come in, and that's where students need to be. Discourage builder education, discourage policing, discourage just in general a culture of students pushing students down, getting students away from the mic.
Thank you so much for showcasing the leadership of young people, the leadership of students, which again is part of a long tradition of student and youth organizing being at the forefront. And so much gratitude to the organizing that you and your colleagues are doing, both here in Toronto, but as well as building collectively across the province. And also speaking when you had, a showcase that the root issues, right? Addressing the root causes, which is the chronic underfunding of education. And really, if there was political will, governments would be able, if they wanted to, address the social and structural issues, which they are not. So once again, thank you so much for showcasing student leadership. And students and young people are not the leaders of the future. They are leaders today, right now, every moment. So shifting now from the K-12 space to post-secondary education, Rosalind, in your experience as a professor, and particularly through your work on education and the carceral state, with a focus on policing and carceral schooling at the post-secondary level, what are the multiple ways that policing and carceral measures show up in post-secondary education, including and beyond policing on-campus programs, whether it's peace officers, special constables, security, and tell us about the reinforcement of the ongoing normalized narrative that police and policing equate with its safe and safety.
Thanks. Can you hear me? Okay, thanks so much, first of all, for inviting me to be part of this. I'm learning so much. The presentations this morning have been really stimulating. Also really stimulated because the past few days have seen a lot of police violence on these streets, including significant numbers of students being beaten up and arrested for protesting against a genocide, and the capture of the latest attempt by people all over the world to come together and to bring aid to Gaza. So I'm feeling spicy. And I'm going to read a kind of modified excerpt from a paper that I've recently written and had the honor of having included in this collection edited by Joy James called Confronting Counterinsurgency, Cop Cities and Democracy's Terrors. And I think, first of all, I don't have time to go into cop cities and what cop cities are. I suspect that a lot of people in this room already are aware of that. But cop schools, not schools to certify police officers, right? But like cops, like education and schooling as a site for promoting the function of policing that you did so well of introducing this morning, is part of the same dialogue, it's part of the same analysis. And so when you ask me to look beyond actual police, that's something I'm spending a lot of time thinking about, partly because as a professor, I really try to understand where I'm implicated and where the function of being a graduate student supervisor and professor, right? So working with graduate students means not only working with future teachers, but also really having a particular role in whether or not we normalize policing, right? And promote that, you know, kind of cherry on top that starts when what Rachel was telling us, right? So like, with the students that come in at university, we can see so much of how that socialization has happened, and certainly in my own experiences, it actually wasn't until significantly later and in a university environment that I really came to understand how even in all of my work in activism, I had still internalized so much carcerality. So I'm going to read to try and keep myself. If you see me like my eyes kind of up here, it means I'm not reading, and I should be reading because we'll be here really long after. Okay. So this is like to build off of this idea also that like the US is so much worse, right? It's true, like campus police forces are less common in Canada, but they do exist, and they exist in many different forms, and particularly in Ontario. And U of T has had a campus police since 1904, although, you know, as Andrea has reminded us, rebranded as campus safety means really little. Campuses also have security forces, both internal and these private contracted forces that coordinate closely with local police departments, beyond individual campus police and local police departments. You know, notoriously Canadian and US federal state agencies such as the FBI, RCMP, and CSIS have long monitored all levels of schooling for students, educators, and activities perceived as potential threats to colonial capitalist interests. So, you know, whoever's the cop in the room can, you know, leave if you feel uncomfortable, you know, being called up. Okay, dominant narratives and practices across all levels of education are intended to make racial, gendered, and class hierarchy seem natural and or inevitable, and to define thinking against colonialism, capitalism as wrong. So schools are not separate from, but as Andrea pointed out this morning, part of the carceral state. So this question is really important because it orients us beyond the obvious problem of actual police officers. And yes, universities are carceral in their presence of police officers, security guards, and federal agents. But this question asks us to think about how they're carceral in their normalized regimes of surveillance, as Beham is pointing out, discipline, punishment, and coercion, in the sorting and ranking of students, in the control of students and professors' movement, and perhaps most nefariously in the attempt to control what is sayable and what counts as knowledge. This doesn't mean that carceral schooling goes uncontested. People still converge in universities, like we're doing right here, and doing really important work, particularly in universities. People who are not likely to have ever encountered one another otherwise can meet, pool our knowledges, and become comrades. Activist students, educators, staff, and community organizers always have claimed space for ourselves, for our struggles against racial capitalism and colonialism. And these are foundational objectives of the Radical Black Studies that I align my work with as a professor here. So Black communities, and not only Black communities, but I'm going to speak to the context of Black communities have always understood education in schools as central sites of freedom struggles, and many of the carceral methods and policies of school discipline that we all experience today have specifically developed as attempts to squash assertions of Black culture, Black student autonomy, and organizing for Black liberation. The vision of Black studies, then, that interests me most originates as an education in direct opposition to the schooling sanctioned by the colonial capitalist state. This Black studies enters the university as a radical social movement, and one of its proponents described it in the late 60s, early 70s as a torch with which to burn down a decadent world of corruption and oppression so that freedom and justice could be nourished. It's a vision that emerges out of pre-existing insurgent institutions committed to popular education. And so, moving forward to think about what happened to that radical vision, by 1970, and potentially earlier, it was already clear to kind of radicals in the US that the new Black Studies programs were at risk of being depoliticized. Liberal elites would help stabilize the state through aligning with private and government funders to strategically support some notions of Black studies over others. Black studies programs and departments developed, had struggles for financial and human resources, and also to meet the predetermined criteria of the institutions. These concerns, further fueled by political repression and the seduction of corporate capital, social mobility, and prestige, arguably led to the capture of Black liberation struggle in education by the state. And all of this is really relevant to what we think about as the policing that happens now today. Because that time period in the US represents a certain capture of the threat that Black studies could have and may still pose to the university, arguably anyway. So any demands for equality are going to be seen as assertions of or insurgencies against the state narrative. And so we can really think, in returning to your question, about the processes through which the radical intentions of scholars and students are pacified through counterinsurgency. And that is meant, what I mean by that is actions intended to demobilize educational activists and deter challenges to the institution. And so educational institutions, for example, form committees and task forces and examine problems in ways that continuously delay, wear out, and wait out students without actually enacting radical change. And we've heard about that already today in other examples. School officials appropriate the language of activists, and Andrea, you spoke to this, and social movements, and use it in new policies so that it seems like they are committed to radical change when they're not. And schools create limited opportunities for the inclusion of Black and other individuals representing minoritized and previously excluded groups. And I think Brad spoke a bit to this too, and feature these individuals in ways that create the appearance that the institutions have changed. So when we, students, professors, people at the university, and also beyond the university, act in loyalty to the institutions that admit or hire us, when we're socialized into professionalism and decide that we deserve to live comfortable middle-class lives, we too are participating in counterinsurgency. So Kim K. Holder, who also is a professor and a former Black Panther, asserts to us, like, there's actually no such thing as a revolutionary professor, right? So if we tell you we're revolutionary, we're bullshit, right? Because we're professors. And that's like, that's not a revolutionary function. It's like part of asserting ourselves as more radical than we are is to police the boundaries of radicalism. It's to prevent universities and students organizing in universities from becoming the next movement that challenges the institutional norms and societal norms. Okay. I'm going to move forward in the interest of time. The potentials of education to free us or help us free ourselves from colonial capitalist domination are intentionally limited and contained by schools. Schools teach carceral common sense, They normalize race, class, social hierarchy, deference to power, authority, patriotism, competitive individualism, and compartmentalized thinking. They teach self-policing and obedience through systems of coercion, punishment, and reward. Education for liberation does happen when we teach and learn against this common sense, but we have to actively work to expose, resist, rethink, and transform our dominant approaches to teaching and learning. There is no reforming these institutions, according to the radicals who are working, even within some of them, right? We have to figure out other ways of creating humanistic interactions among us so that we can build different options beyond, and policing free schools is one, certainly movement and campaign to do that, right? So to be for policing free schools is to be against all forms of policing, not only policing by police officers, but more broadly against the logics, structures, and practices of policing that currently shape our lives and how we relate to one another as individuals and communities across contexts and geographies. It's not only about the crucial work of getting cops out of K-12 schools, not only about the crucial work of resisting the ever-increasing police presence and security presence and power at universities, and I'd say of universities as well, and not only about refusing to collaborate with police or assist them in criminalizing us, our youth, and our communities. It is also about refusing to become the police, refusing to adopt and enact the logics and practices of policing and carcerality that are embedded in the day-to-day functioning of educational institutions.
Thank you so much for highlighting, again, the multiple ways that policing and carcerality operate specifically at the site of post-secondary education, and really highlighting, again, beyond police presence, beyond special constables, peace officers, security, beyond that, really looking at, you highlighted policies, practices, culture, logics of carceral schooling at post-secondary, and the importance of that. And really grounding us today, again, for the carceral continuum, pre-K, K-12, and post-secondary, really seeing this, again, as the carceral continuum that it is, and all are part of the school-prison nexus, connected with other agents of policing system, which we'll be looking at in future panel discussions as well. And so I want to make mention, Charlene was going to be here to speak specifically also at K-12 spaces and also beyond police presence. And so they were going to be highlighting as well as seclusion and physical restraint, chemical restraint, looking at corporal punishment, and particularly at the intersections of Black African diasporic students, Black African diasporic disabled, and neurodivergent students, right? And then also really looking at what we call assault acts, police violence and police brutality at education sites, including when we're seeing children being shackled, being literally physically taken out of schooling and educational spaces, and so forth, and how trauma continuously is grounded by policing and carceral measures that are anchored by punitive measures, anchored by harm, control, and power over. And so again, so for today, the carceral continuum in education, pre-K, K-12, post-secondary, we hope that what has come through is, again, the socialization process around, what has become core belief systems in many people, that police and policing equates with safety, that continues to be enhanced within all these education sites, multiple ways that policing carcerality operate within schooling and educational spaces, and the importance and the reality that young people and students have been and continue to organize, including against Bill 33 and policing in schools at large. And so for a rapid response for 1 minute or less each, to shift this over from, knowledge mobilization to call to action, when we're talking about co-creating a liberatory education system, what is something that we need and or we want to co-create a liberatory education system at all levels? And so we'll start off with, so 1 minute rapid response.
Oh, so rapid. Kill the cop in your head, right? Like, really think about, like, at the university level, if you've gotten here, and like, that's how I got here, right? Like, you've achieved a certain amount of, like, quote unquote success on those terms. So to think that we're good people because we believe in these things is great, but that doesn't mean that we haven't internalized those carceral logics. Yeah.
I'm going to transition and also say, like, the cop in your head is not just pointed outwards, but pointed inwards.
Yeah, right.
So, like, the way that we respond to ourselves and the punishment with which we are more punishing to ourselves sometimes than a cop could ever be. And that is actually what the system depends on to keep us in line. And so yes, so many yeses. And then also, like, finding the connections across struggles and spaces that are isolated and kept apart by design. So even Bill 33 covers so many different areas, sectors, and also just like this panel and like talking about just the construction of this panel really captures the different areas. And the more that we can be in conversation across, the more power we build to respond. Thank you. I was thinking yes and yes. And with early childhood education or the earlier sector, it likes to see itself as separate from education for certain reasons that could be good, but also then kind of gets a free pass to not address some of the damaging and harmful things that exist within it that it's built upon. So I think drawing back that curtain, that in our sector we see ourselves for what is actually happening and see the threads of connection. Because it's also in post-secondary spaces that educators are trained to go back and work in these. So they're experiencing this whole cycle very quickly. And I think the connection across all the spaces of education is super important.
Yeah, absolutely. I think what everyone has covered is incredibly important, and they've said a lot of what I would say. But to wrap it up, I think like everything that's going on and like police, structures of schools, they really do prevent students from speaking up. They prevent student advocacy. They prevent a lot of that. And it's very rare that student advocacy really does, go to the board or go and really does take shape. But I think that it's really important for students to realize that, even though there are systems in place to keep us down, to keep us from speaking up, that there will always be other students who, want to believe in your vision, believe in what needs to be done. And I think that's really important to make sure students are speaking up, because if the people who are affected aren't speaking up, other people won't realize just how bad it really is.
Thank you so much. And so that wraps it up for the first panel, Carceral, Continuum in Education, Pre-K, K-12, Post-Secondary. And we hope that you're able to make those connections as we move forward in the day, especially within the different panels that will be focusing also on the school-prison nexus and carceral care, and also the beyond the traditional schooling site, looking at institutionalization and segregation and making all of those connections. So give it up for our amazing panelists. Thank you.
Thank you so much to our amazing panelists. So we're going to break off for lunch now. I know that we're running a little bit late. So I just wanted to gauge, if we were to shorten lunch until 1:45, so 45 minutes instead of an hour, is that okay with folks? Thumbs up. Okay, I see a lot of thumbs up, so that's great. So like I mentioned earlier, we're going to be doing an outdoor lunch. So folks can head outside. There's a park right behind me that you can access by leaving through the entrance you came in. And then going around. There are ramps also accessible there. So if you also want to grab like a picnic blanket, available that you can take with you. But there are also benches and other seating areas around. And if you request please, yeah, let folks at the table know. Meals are at the back there, so we'll hand them to you, and there's also individual meals. So we'll see you guys back at 1:50. Thanks. 1:45, I'm so sorry. 45 minutes.
Testing the live stream mics. 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 Still working. Gotta check.
Jessica, yes. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. I know. Of course, yeah. Thanks for inviting me. Yeah, I'm excited.
Yeah, I know, I feel so vulnerable.
That's right. It's so nice. I don't know. Where am I supposed to be?
You can use wherever you want.
Yeah.
You can have a mic.
I think, yeah, you don't have it now. Oh, this.
When you're first, like, I guess
Like I just like ended up here. Yeah. But like researching myself for research. Even though it's pretty the same guy. I don't know how. Like I just like drove somewhere and then it was like I'm like, oh. And then I was like,
was there
when I walked out, I was like,
a sign that has like a button? Yeah, okay, that's right. Yeah, so it's 5 minutes. 5 minutes or more than 5. Per one. Yeah, not per person. Like, they'll probably-
no, per question is like 12 minutes.
Oh, yeah.
So after there's 5, it's like, are you okay here? Do you want? Do you have your? You want it?
I was just giving it a quick last minute charge.
I'll figure it. Sorry. Yeah, sometimes I'll just walk out and like, I'll find it again.
Hi folks, just a heads up that we're gonna get started in about 2 minutes.
I still wake up and I don't.
I know, yeah. That surprises me.
No, I don't. I am, but I just don't want to do it on the field where I watch it.
Yeah.
Oh, right. It's just so right? Someone is easier. I'm more introverted, but tech is like a teacher now. Right. Like it's just like
Right, yeah.
I remember the family fun though.
Right, yeah.
It was like yeah, like yep. Are those just like things that I wanted to like try to touch on? I know he likes this is script, but oh yeah.
Yeah, someone asked me if I
It doesn't wrong. It doesn't wrong. No, I think it's wrong. I'll say. From like right? Like this stuff is like fiber. And like this is the one aspect of like a range of research I do that's like overlaps, but so it's like not as yeah.
Yeah, the statistical part. Yeah, I'm really, interested in. What you covered. Of course.
The detection closures or just in general? Oh yeah,
All of it.
Yeah. I want to I'm so we were talking about because I did like I took like my first student. And then through that process I was like, oh, there's probably a lot of information on it. So I was like doing all of that and I was like, oh, there should be a better should be it was something that there should be a better people who are in the system. So I was like, no,
talking with him, it was like, what is this? This is right where apart. And he's like, honestly, like, I really haven't thought about that. He's like, oh, maybe that's like, because like, I know he's like 2. Yeah, dude, I think he's like,
Thanks for the huge habit.
yeah, I don't know what you got from there.
Yeah, we made change applications. I had a partner who worked for the board. So we're at it. I like it.
No, I don't know how to give it to me. I like, what is this? They're like, you're speaking. I'm like, oh, you're a first.
Okay, folks, I hope everyone enjoyed lunch. We're going to get started again. So we're going to start our next panel discussion, Beyond the Traditional Schooling Site, on Youth Institutionalization and Segregation. So this is going to be a panel discussion on the continuum of institutionalization connecting schools, detention centers, prisons, group homes, shelters, psychiatric facilities, and other segregated institutions, centering on colonial legacies of eugenics and systemic pushout through both institutionalization and incarceration. Panelists will discuss the denied right to education and youth justice. We have a really amazing lineup of panelists, and I'll let our moderator introduce them. But to introduce our moderator, Megan Linton is a writer, researcher, PhD candidate, and policy lead at DJNO. Her research and organizing focuses around justice and liberation for institutionalized disabled people. Alrighty, thanks folks.
Okay. How's this sound? Good? Yeah. Thumbs up, back there. Cool. Awesome. Thank you so much for being here. As Ahona said, my name's Megan, and I have a wonderful, brilliant collection of panelists to my right. So I'm going to start going, oh God, whatever direction we're headed. It feels north. Yeah. Okay, so Julian Campbell is a youth justice and gang intervention expert with 25 plus years in wraparound case management, community advocacy, and systems navigation. A father and school board survivor who lived, worked, played, and championed the Finch and Jane community, amplifying youth and community voices, dismantling barriers, and driving equity through child and youth expertise. We chatted a little bit at lunch, and I'm really looking forward to hearing Julian's stories. And then we have Pam Reno. Pam is a queer, brain-injured, bilingual, Spanish to English of Peruvian, Chilean, and Italian ancestry, and Disability Justice Network of Ontario's Prison Project phone line coordinator. They're former outreach and advocacy workers with chronically houseless folks who are between prisons, hospitals, and streets and shelters. Pam is passionate about Indigenous sovereignty, community care, and harm reduction. Next up, we have Julia. Julia is an abolitionist, frontline worker, and the project lead of Boxes for Our Sisters. She works to expand access to resources for incarcerated women and gender diverse people, challenging carceral systems, and advocating for well-resourced, supportive communities. With over a decade in harm reduction, housing, and prisoners' rights advocacy, Julia challenges traditional carceral approaches while advancing justice and support beyond punishment. And finally, this will probably be the most you'll hear me speak, so you can just get it all over with quick. Dr. Evans is a community-engaged scholar whose research examines the causes, conditions, and consequences of incarceration. Her role as a researcher, educator, and community member, she is committed to ethical relationship building, advocacy, and scholarly research that supports marginalized communities. Her work is grounded in an anti-oppressive and decolonial praxis and involves respecting and receiving the expertise that comes comes from lived experience. And so I'm going to ask all of the panelists some questions, but I'm just going to start by situating ourselves in what our context is. And so Ontario is a big province that has a vast array of carceral youth services that range in complexity, intensity, surveillance, control, and have shifted a lot over the last century. And we know, of course, that segregated special schools were invented as part of the eugenics project to separate out disabled children, and that those have just continued to grow and expand. I know when I moved here, I hadn't actually realized that there was like full segregated schools that continue to function. We know that with Bill 33 and some of the transitions out of the alternative schooling system and pushing more students into the wider education system, that there's going to be more and more incarceration of young people. And so we're going to talk a little bit about what that looks like, because I think that there's actually a great lack of understanding of the diversity of carceral spaces, particularly for youth, because of the range of sites of incarceration, such as Children's Aid Society, where youth have very little control over their lives, to things like being institutionalized into a nursing home and trying to finish grade 12 education there, or into children's group homes, where where group homes are paid extra dollars to be able to provide educational services, not as teachers, but as, in my opinion, scabs, to provide like really shitty education to marginalized students. And so this is the context that we are situated within. There's like a lot more. We talked a little bit over lunch about the growth of these like treatment camps and all these new waves of forced incarceration of young people. In Alberta, of course, there's been a push to institutionalize young people who are drug users without their consent. And so I think we're in a time where young people are really being criminalized in ways that are violent, expansive, and honestly just scary and like invisibilized across the spectrum. And so we're gonna chat a little bit more about that today. Does anyone want to go first? Great, great. Okay. So from your experience, you've written a little bit about from your experience organizing with the Toronto Prisoners' Rights Project and as a researcher, can you talk to us about how the right to education is systematically denied in youth detention centers, super jails, open custody, and beyond? And in 2021, many of these youth detention centers in Ontario were closed. Through your work, you've described how this actually hasn't ended the criminalization or segregated confinement of youth. Can you expand on this a bit to talk about what trans-institutionalization looks like in the youth context? And maybe then go back to that issue of like what education is looking like within those new settings.
Yeah, sure, thank you. So yeah, I'm a university-based researcher that engages with community, and one of the projects I started working on a couple years ago was to try to follow up on what happened when the province decided to close down 26 youth detention centers overnight. I think there was a hopefulness that this might lead to a reduction on the reliance of closed detention or secure detention for youth that come into conflict with the law. And so we did some research interviewing folks that worked in these spaces to see what has happened in the years since 2021. One of the things we found is that this has not reduced reliance on detention for youth that come into conflict with the law. However, what it has meant is that all existing detention centers are now operating at maximum capacity. What this means is that, and to come back to the education piece, many of the youth that find themselves in these spaces have complex learning needs, and often they require more kind of dedicated one-on-one kind of contact time. However, with these centers operating at capacity, youth are not able to actually receive that kind of care and attention. The other issue that was brought up in light of the closures is that we have youth being displaced from their home communities, right? So you have youth that are being detained now in detention centers, sometimes 6 hours, sometimes 12 hours from their home communities. The staff at these detention centers do not know the conditions or the environments that these youth are coming from, nor are they equipped to prepare them for release and reintegration when they are kind of released into the community. And of course, that's going to also affect education, right? Education is grounded in community, and the educational needs of these youth are going to be specific based on the communities they're coming from. And yet we have youth from Northern Ontario coming down to the Roy McMurtry Centre, right? They don't get to see their families, and they're also not getting resources that are going to be useful when they're back in community. To speak about a bit about kind of how access to education looks like in these spaces, the first thing to note is that boards of education are not required to enter detention centers to provide education to youth. They are required to provide education to all youth in their catchment areas, but they're not required to leave the site of their kind of school, right? And so all the education that's being received in these institutions is on the basis of voluntary memorandum of understanding. And these can be exited at any point in time. And so what this results in is we see a lot of variability and uncertainty in access to education and contact hours in these spaces. Some spaces might have really good positive relationships with school boards, and youth might be getting some decent education. The reality is that most of these youth are not. And again, there's significant variability, sometimes no contact hours per day that are guaranteed, sometimes 4 or 5 hours a day of contact time. So it really depends on the institution that you find yourself in. This arrangement for the provision of education creates a lot of difficulties as well when the detention centers maybe want to contest the level or the depth of education, because again, they're reliant on these voluntary MOUs. There is no mandate that you have to go, or they have to go into these youth detention centers. I realize I only have probably another like 2 minutes or something, and so I just wanted to speak a little bit about other sites of incarceration. We know that some youth can be tried and convicted as adults. They can be held in adult spaces, and so I think it's also necessary to understand how access to education occurs in these spaces. When you are in provincial custody is intended for people who have been tried and convicted but sentenced to less than 2 years, or, and this is more true, about 80% of Ontario's provincial jail population are folks on remand, right? So they have not been tried, they have not been convicted. And this figure is true across the provinces. Anywhere between 60 to 80% of provincial populations are there on remand. What this means is that there's an assumption that the amount of time that people are spending in these places is going to be fairly short and transient. And this is used as a justification to fail to provide programming and educational resources to folks in provincial detention. Now, aside from the fact that 2 years is still enough time for some people to be accessing education and to be completing some meaningful forms of educational engagement, we also know that there are significant backlogs in the court system, which means that even though these spaces are intended for stays of less than 2 years, and I say stays in like scare quotes, detention for less than 2 years, many people end up spending more than 2 years in these spaces because of delays in the court system. So that's one thing I want to flag on kind of the provincial side. And then I'll just close very quickly with talking about what access to education and programming in the federal system looks like. And mainly what I want to speak to here is that your access to education and programming in the federal system will depend on what's referred to as your risk assessment. Your risk assessment will place you in maximum, medium, or minimum security. And oftentimes your risk assessment is based on an assessment of your family connections, your pro-social activities. Do you have quote unquote pro-criminal or anti-cop sentiments, right? That is actually part of the risk needs assessment. What is your education status like? Do you have mental health diagnoses? And as you score on all of these various things, you might find yourself in maximum security because you're seen as a risk, not to public safety necessarily, but a risk to institutional order, right? Someone with a mental health crisis is a risk to institutional order. As a result, these people will be placed in maximum security where their movement within the institution is quite restricted. And what this also means is that they don't have access to programming. Access to programming in maximum and medium security is quite limited, owing to the limitations in movement that people have in these spaces. And once again, this is because they have been labeled as quote unquote high risk. But what Public Safety Canada uses is what's referred to as a risk needs assessment. And this effectively identifies unmet needs as a form of risk. And so no matter where you find yourself in the system, access to education is systematically denied, and it's often denied on the basis of the lack of access to social determinants of health, which likely led people into the system in the first place. All right, I'll end it there. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Yeah. That issue of teachers not being let into the school system and the continuous use of these like MOUs and like really ancient education materials that are often like mail-in is so offensive. And I think like something you said earlier, Julian, was like if the iPhone that students have is like the greatest level of technology that schools have lost, and like within all of these spaces, like it is just paper, and like that is losing also like so deeply. And I think that issue of like risk factor and how that intersects with disability and mental health and all of those pieces is so important. Did anyone want to pop in and just talk about how they have seen education look in these non-traditional sites of education? I just, can you hear me?
Okay, go a little closer to it.
Can you hear me from the back? Sorry.
A little louder.
Louder?
Yes.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, I can't tell if it's on or not. Okay, anyway, yeah, just to jump off the risk assessment. So there's actually a class action lawsuit right now against the SAFER program, one of these risk assessments, because it apparent to many advocates already, but finally is recognized as being pervasive in anti-Black racism. So no surprises there. So Black and Indigenous folks are consistently more likely to be placed in maximum or medium security due to systemic racism. So that's part of the issue. Another issue in custody is limited, oh, there we go, I can hear myself. Limited access to current books that are reflective of people's actual experiences. They're extremely old, extremely outdated. It's also quite infantilizing to be able to get material inside. It really can't have anything violent, even if it's reflective of colonial violence. No swearing. Yeah, there's just like so many barriers to accessing written material, and also, yeah, to improve literacy in general, or having dyslexia-friendly font, or large font. It's all very old books, which the lines are very close together. So it's just another level of inaccessibility. That's all I wanted to jump in. That was really awesome.
Yeah, I think also just to add, predominantly like the folks that I connect with and I work alongside are in federal custody. And to kind of go on to Pam's point around, and yours as well, around education and, it not being seen as essential, it not being seen as a right. In the federal system, for folks that are in maximum security units, they need to get what's called levels in order to even go into a classroom, right? So that means that they need to follow the institutional order and get to what's called a level 3. So you go from level 1, which is when you have no privileges, you have to meet level 2, and then you have to meet level 3 in order to even go out into the rest of the general population, go into a classroom, connect, sit down, and have your own space to work independently. And I think that shows that if you're not following institutional order, you don't have a sense of community, you don't have the right to be in a classroom, and there's, more of a push for institutional staff to say, well, the teacher can just facilitate this learning with you through yourself, right? What kind of experience does that leave? And what kind of impact does that leave on people who are in custody? being able to, be told that you're going to learn through a cell, and that's the quality of education that you're going to get. So yeah, just like really highlighting that, piece, I think, that was named around, you have to work really hard to prove that you're not a risk. But not a risk to the public, just that you're not a threat to institutional order to get basic needs around education.
Just having extensive experience working in Roy McMurtry and being in the Roy McMurtry Youth Center is a custody facility for youth who are 18 and under. So having seen like what happens in the school, you kind of have to imagine what it might be like to go to school and navigate being in a custody facility at the same time. What type of education, what type of learning is actually happening in that environment? Roy McMurtry is pretty well resourced, but at the same time, no one's graduating from a school at Roy McMurtry and coming to Boise or Harvard or anything like that. So it just kind of speaks to the lack of performance, or maybe most of it is performative. It's just for the sake of saying that these kids are actually in school more than anything. It's not real learning that's really happening in there. There's probably more fighting, more youth trying to figure out how to get from class to class to class than them actually learning anything in that school.
I really like that piece about like performative education, and I think that that's a really good way to think about how all of these spaces are using education, because even if you look at like a psych hospital, like those spaces are also, you have to be good enough, you have to be well enough, you have to be healed enough to be able to access education. And by education, I mean access to not a binder, but a folder. And so then once you get your folder, you're like, good, and set to go. But those are all just like performances for, I think, for the institution. And
That's not to say that there aren't. It's not to say that there aren't a very small minority of kids that are kind of focused enough to get themselves ahead, and that's really on them, and that's their initiative, and that's their assertiveness that gets them there, and not necessarily the school getting them there. But I mean, the bulk of what's happening is just kids more or less sitting in classrooms, given credits essentially to say that they have some credits.
Yeah, if you have low support needs, then yeah, maybe like you can excel. But if you have any sort of disabilities, then yeah, you're pretty much screwed. And the other thing that came to mind was before, when I used to do street outreach, there'd be a pocket of youth who'd be 16, 17, so too young for family and children's services, but not old enough for income assistance. So they're just kind of like trapped in this limbo, and in order to get income assistance, they had to be in school, but the school wouldn't enroll them unless they had housing, but they were kicked out because, I don't know, they're trans or some other reason, they're struggling with mental health or addiction, but their family is also, there's lots of instability there. So then it just like perpetuates the cycle of already accessing housing instability, pathway into addiction, and yeah, it's just chaos, yeah.
Just want to add maybe just one more piece to this, which is just that I think it's instructive and useful to consider kind of the penological theory that underpins our institutions in Canada right now. You know, prior to the 50s, probably we were looking at a system that was based on this idea of punishment. It was punitive in intent. Throughout the 60s and 70s, there was a shift to a rehabilitative focus. Since the 1980s, our institutions are concerned with risk management, right? Each individual in these institutions are seen as vectors of risk, and they are supposed to be managed in the most cost-efficient means possible. So education may happen, but it happens in as much as it allows for the minimization of risk with the least amount of resources, right? Which is why we're going to see people that are higher risk not getting access to these things. So our systems currently are not prioritizing rehabilitation or reintegration. They are effectively warehouses.
Thank you so much. That was a really good place, I feel like, for us to land on that. So I'm going to move over to Julia. Yeah, okay, cool. So the School to Prison Nexus highlights the symbiotic relationship between schools, carceral institutions, including prisons, through intertwined punitive threads. So in your experience working with incarcerated folks, including women and gender diverse people, how has this nexus of punitive threads between schooling, criminalization, and the criminal punishment system, including incarceration, shown up in their lives? And can you talk a bit about the overlap between these punitive schooling practices and the infrastructure, policies, practices, culture, and asking a lot from here, ideologies and logics of the prisons, psychiatric institutions, group homes, shelters, or detention centers, just to like.
I'm gonna try.
Yeah, just we'll throw it all your way, and then we'll work together to wrap it up.
Yeah. Everyone can hear me, right? Yeah. Okay. So yeah, I think all of those systems are intertwined, and they all can lead to the experience of incarceration. I think it's really important to name through child welfare systems, education systems, all of the healthcare systems, carceral systems are built and grounded on the foundation of control. And kind of going back to your point as well, we are not falling within that socially norm, that order, you're seen as deviant, you're seen as being disruptive, you're seen as lacking motivation, you're seen as being disengaged. And what does that mean, right? So I think for a lot of the folks that I've worked with and who I've connected with, one thing I'll say is their experience being failed by the systems that have been designed or who are outwardly saying, like, we're here to support you, and they've been failed by those systems, have created this sense of distrust, and it leaves them with no place to land. And what we learn is that, the correctional system is the only system that's really built to like respond and take you somewhere, right? Like they're really, like police are going to show up, and they have to show up. Is it, is potentially like our school, our supports in school going to show up the same way? Maybe not. Like if you're showing up in a space where you need support for your mental health, are you going to be formed or get like the support that you actually need through the healthcare system? What we've learned is no, but we know that the correctional system will respond and will say, we're here, we're going to take you, and we're going to warehouse you, right? So I think a lot of my insights are kind of around folks that I've connected with. There's been a lot of women that I've worked with inside who, they've been kicked out of shelter to shelter, and they don't have a place to stay. They have maybe they've slept rough for a while, they've stayed in encampment for a while, didn't necessarily feel safe in those conditions, but knew that, unfortunately, the process of becoming incarcerated was going to be a response based on their lack of survival, right? So, I think we have to also look at spaces that are designed and are almost monetized to be looked at as supportive, like shelters, and recognize that people can't live freely in shelters. People can't feel like they're, navigating the healthcare system and they're in control of their own life and their own health. And all of that is resulting in this, unfortunately, this process of becoming incarcerated. And, as much as I work with folks inside, I'm also married to somebody inside. And like, I always find their experience, because they've navigated all of these systems, right? Like, unfortunately, because of their gender identity, they were kicked out of their home. They were taken in by the child welfare system. they ran from every foster home possible because of the conditions and the way that they had to live in foster care. And that resulted them going to Covenant House and living in shelter, getting kicked out multiple times because they weren't following the rules, right? And then they essentially grew up in juvenile detention. And going back to what you said, you know, their choice to participate in education was, I'm not doing that, because they didn't feel safe with systems, right? And that led to them becoming incarcerated in a federal institution, and more than once. And, you know, the reality is they're not even 30 years old, and they're serving their second federal sentence. And it's exactly like they're actually finishing their last high school credit now. But in a way that's not aligned with what their needs are. It's just like, this is the basics, like read these modules on your own, get through it so we can like check this off for you. So does that necessarily leave them feeling like inspired about what reintegration is going to look like for them, or like education in a sense? You know, I can't really have those conversations around like maybe university, like maybe they're like, no, I'm just going to get through this and move forward with my life. But my point is it didn't need to lead to that. Like very early on, if systems supported them in different ways, I don't think we would be like talking about somebody who's, you know, 28 years old on their second federal sentence. So there's so much that could have gone differently. But also there's like a lot of trauma that this person has taken on that they're going to have to work through the rest of their life and navigate. And that's one story of how many folks are in our institutions. But it's all interconnected. And I think it goes back to, like, for me, I always want to name that people need to be in control of their own lives. Everybody deserves to have a life that's, you know, where they're in the driver's seat, they have control. And I think we need to stop telling folks what they need, and we need to listen, and we need to meet them where they're at. And if we can stop, we need to move away from how are we going to fix this person, and having more conversations and going back to in our schools around what does this person need to thrive, and how can we involve them in that process? How can we involve them in that conversation? And I guarantee things will look so much different. But yeah, I hope that answers your question, but I can add on, I can talk for forever, so.
That was so brilliant, and it really brought together so many threads. And I want to pull out some of the pieces and just talk a little bit, because I think I also am someone who like thinks through stories, and I think it's so helpful to be able to understand what it looks like to be like so consistently affected. And so even like thinking about this panel as like beyond the traditional schooling site, like so many times the reason that people are in incarceration outside of the schooling system is because of the schooling system. It identified them as wrong, as disabled, as in need of repair, as in need of removal. And then they removed them and placed them in a child welfare group home where they're supposed to be treated. And that treatment so often begins like a lifetime of addiction, a lifetime of trauma, of like incredibly complex trauma that then you can't leave. And when you're in children's treatment homes, you often don't get access to education until, again, you like prove that you are good enough. And so then you've been kicked out of the system, put into a temporary child welfare system that they've like coerced your family into, and now you're like 12 and have missed 6 years and like are like an autistic kid who's obsessed with school. Like, how is that something that's going to push people towards that? And this like idea of control and of like order. I think one of the most important things about disability is that it always disrupts order. Like, we are always going to mess things up. And so whether that looks like stimming in jail and then having to get like that escalated into a special ward, or all of these pieces, like as the escalation happens, like there's less and less access to education, but then there's also more and more isolation and all these pieces. So I think like why I wanted to go there was because of that piece that you talked about like we need to get to the place where we don't want to repair people And that is like the thing with both incarcerated folks and disabled incarcerated folks. And like incarceration that disables people is that like we don't need to repair people. We need to find ways where if someone can't speak, then, or if someone is loud and just will always be loud and weird, that we can like welcome them into the world and have space for them to be so loud and weird and fantastic.
Yeah.
And that's like not.
Yeah, it's not. And just if I can add too, I think like we've learned, and it's challenging, right? Because so much of that story didn't touch on like this person's disabilities, which were really at the forefront of what they needed to feel inspired around education or feel accommodated around education. But one thing I will say as well, we learned so much, and we've learned, historically, unfortunately, through, inquests and like looking at the inquest of Solomon Fakiri. And one of the biggest recommendations around we need external oversight in these spaces, in prisons, and that goes beyond prisons, all carceral systems. And we need for folks to be able to understand what the grievance process is,
right? I'm laughing because we tried to identify the grievance process for some children's group homes for some families this week, and we just like couldn't, like we spent an hour.
It's not existent in some spaces to even figure out what is the grievance process. So, and in federal, it can be a bit more clear what it is, but it doesn't, and then there's spaces like provincial institutions and like, youth group homes, like what you're naming, where folks who are navigating that space and that's their life would never understand what that means, right? But then we have folks in the federal system who, like, if this person wanted to write a grievance and say, I'm not getting the proper accommodations I need to thrive in school, what's going to happen? I mean, correctional officers are going to give them a hard time. Their parole officer might say, like, it can affect their risk. It can affect the opportunities that are available to them in the institution. It can lead to backlash. It can lead to negative outcomes, for them. So the thing is that's such a big part of it too. Like, how can people advocate for themselves? Youth are very resilient. They're very articulate. If they can understand the grievance process, they could also use that to their advantage. But the fact that we're in places where we wouldn't even know if there's a grievance process available, and we're considering that, it's awful. It just feels, like we're so far away from where we should be. So, that's one of the biggest things. We look at, disability justice. Are people informed around what the grievance process is? Are people informed around how they can speak up for themselves? And how are we doing, what is our part in making sure that that information is available? And we're standing in solidarity with folks to get them that support and speak up for them.
Yeah, and find ways to make sure that even if they can't speak up, that we can speak up with them and like hold their voice close. Thank you so much. That was really, really meaningful. I really appreciated that. Did anyone else want to add in?
Yeah, I just wanted to pick up on your comments, Julia, about like kind of control and how people are not able to live like in autonomous and dignified ways. And I just wanted to flag that, research and statistics show us that the vast majority of people that end up in the system have experienced some form of victimization, many of them in their youth. And that is predominantly about a removal of autonomy, right? And so placing people in situations in which their autonomy is further restricted often is a reenactment of the violence, right, and the trauma that they've experienced. And then on the flip side of that, we also expect folks to be able to demonstrate their preparedness for reintegration by demonstrating autonomy and self-sufficiency, right? But we're expecting them to demonstrate that after having endured a space that restricts every aspect of autonomy, right? You're told when to shower, when to go to sleep, when to eat, right? When to exercise, and so on and so forth. You have no control over your life. And then you're expected to be able to demonstrate that as indication that you're prepared for release back into society. So I just want to flag that and name that as well.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay, I'm going to move us over the ready. We have until 3, right? Yeah, okay, cool. So from your experience working with and supporting incarcerated and institutionalized adults, can you tell us about the ways in which the schooling system has failed them
And whether through a lack of support, criminalization programs, or otherwise, what does this look like for Black, Indigenous, racialized, and disabled folks specifically? Yeah, so unfortunately, through the prisoner support lines and through prisoner interviews that we do, when we try to ask about what would have prevented you from getting in custody, and if we could like rewind all the way back, it's always back to childhood instability, how either they grew up in care, bouncing around different foster homes, and enduring abuse within foster homes, or having a parent who had multiple disabilities like mental health issues, addiction, poverty, growing up in poverty, all these factors where you're just a child and you're already forced to swim upstream, and added to their own personal learning disabilities, compounded by different support needs that were not met in school. And kids are kids, so it often looks behavioral, like it's a behavioral issue. And under capitalism, our society does a really good job of individualizing these issues rather than creating a society that is accessible to all sorts of ways of being. The lack of healthcare needs being met, combined with lack of support in education and home, all those things interconnected into becoming slowly institutionalized. And I saw that also when I did street outreach, the cycle of bouncing around hospital streets to prison over and over again. And the winter would roll around, and because they were on social assistance or because they had visible disabilities, like struggling to maintain eye contact, for example, or having some sort of speech impediment, or barriers to accessing housing, even though they shouldn't be. And so it's often much easier to access a bed via incarceration than it is to find a place to rent, which shouldn't be the case. It should be much easier to get your basic needs met in community than being forced into institutionalization. And if we look at Indigenous populations, like there's more Indigenous children in care right now than there were in residential schools. So even though residential schools closed, the last one closed in 1996, which isn't that long ago, we're still participating in colonialism by constantly apprehending Indigenous children instead of finding ways, prioritizing kinship adoptions or staying within communities. Like Jessica talked about, people being forced to go into the city, for example, or very remote locations away from their homes and communities, to either get healthcare or to get incarcerated. And that disconnect is just another way of perpetuating colonial violence. Sorry, could you repeat the question? I kind of went on a
Yeah, I think just like reflecting on how experiences or lack of experiences with education like shifted people or positioned people push people into incarceration.
Right, yeah, so we've talked about access to education already being really abysmal in custody. So then you're being released with a gap in your resume and also a criminal record, which then is a barrier to
getting employment, and getting more educational opportunities. And even in federal custody, it's the education that is being given is just so removed from the reality and the survival that people are trying to live through. It's like, why are you going to try to focus on, I don't know, trigonometry when like fractions, when you don't know, like, yeah, you don't know if you're going to die in custody or get another disability, because we know that prisons are sites of disablement and death. If you don't go into custody with a disability, the likelihood of you leaving with one is quite high. It's a clusterfuck, for lack of a better word. Yeah, I was thinking about as you were talking about like the shift of people into the city, the big inquests that have happened over the years within the child welfare system and also within prisons, and just thinking about like the ways in which children, particularly racialized, Indigenous, and disabled children, are pushed into the child welfare system and then are forced to endure the deaths and debilitation of not just them, like, if you don't experience death, then you are often forced to bear witness to it or be within these experiences that are horrific and that you often then are not allowed to speak about afterwards because they're part of cases, or like all of these like wrapped up situations. And so just thinking about the ways that we like continuously push people into these situations of violence, these situations of displacement, of disconnection, of alienation, and then that adequately prepares people to be isolated completely. Like, how are you supposed to heal? How are you supposed to, and just like even looking at the ways in which police are involved in these group homes. Like, police are often, if a worker doesn't want to deal with a child, they will call the cops. Like, the cops will come 12 times in an hour. And that is just like a normalized situation. And that's how, like, these are the homes, these are the spaces where education is supposed to happen. These are the spaces where people are supposed to grow. Like, how are you growing when you are forced down every single day because of how people are treating you? And I think like those ideas of like behaviors is so important because like, and like they're trying to normalize you to leave. And if you're like being broken by the system, you're never going to get back to normal. And also, like, most of us are just not normal. It's just how it goes. But then also, like, it increasingly is criminalizing so many different types of behaviors, whether like now it's like cell phones or any forms of drugs or all of these pieces, like the ways in which criminalization is like, you know, I got lost. Yeah, no, that's, yeah, also, yeah, as you were talking, reminded me of, also seeing Black students in particular getting in trouble at school, not because they're problematic, but because of our embedded inherent systemic racism. And I'm a social worker by education and know that social workers also do policing, and that are like, you see that in mostly racialized families, you'll see that a white social worker, because they're mostly white, will go in and document things as neglect when it's just intergenerational caregiving, shared responsibility of a grandparent or an aunt or uncle sharing the load, which is how it should be. It shouldn't be on one or two parents with immense responsibility of caregiving this person, but it gets branded as neglect when it's a Black, Indigenous, or racialized family. And then after repeated calls, then kids get apprehended, and then that creates issues at school.
else that can add?
Is your question? You ready to go?
Sure, let's do this.
Okay, let's go. Okay, I'm so glad that I got to meet you today, but I am a nerd, so I did some research, and I read an interview with you dated back to 2018. And the article highlighted a lack of structural and systemic changes enacted by elected officials, specifically with respect to gun violence. And I'm just talking to you and hearing about how you've persevered through the system for 20 years. Can you tell us a bit about your experience as a decades-long youth justice worker and talk about the struggles of system navigation and what the lack of political will has looked like across the decades? Like the political will to change any of the violence that we've talked about today.
Okay, so I think the hardest part of my work isn't working with the youth that I work with from inner cities. It's navigating the systems. As mentioned, I've had about 20 years plus of mainly youth justice experience. I'm in other spaces, educational spaces, schools. I work extensively in Jane and Finch, been on the ground. I've been right there where the shots fly, the bodies lie, and the parents are crying, right? So, and also, again, having the opportunity to work on the other side of the fence in custody. I think I've had this conversation numerous times with some of my friends and colleagues here over and over again. What are we gonna do? Politicians show up at crime scenes with their new suits and their haircuts for photo ops and making promises, and when the cameras and the lights and all that stuff is gone, at the end of the day, nothing has really changed, right? So our schools are unchanged, our housing system's unchanged, youth employment not impacted and is sky high, right? So, sorry, just kind of lost my train of thought. Okay, so they only show up when these incidents happen. And the reality is nothing changing in the classroom. The TDSB is in disrepair of excess of, I think, $4.5 billion, right? So it's way, way cheaper to fund programs, giving them limited funding. They'll make a headline. City of Toronto will have $5 million for this, that, and the other program to deal with anti-this, anti-that. And not making long-term investments in those programs is really a huge issue. This is not really based on a lack of knowledge, because many of us who work on the ground and beyond know exactly what's happening, and we know exactly what works. Families many times are left to navigate system after system. Imagine being traumatized and having to tell your story to this agency, to this worker, to this school, to that person over and over again. Completely devastating. None of these systems are happening by accident. The stuff is pretty much well designed. A lot of people will say that this stuff is broken. It's not. The system is a very well-oiled machine, and it spits out the outcomes that we're seeing out here today. We're tired of the press conferences. We're tired of the consultations. It's time now for our governments to be courageous, step up, be accountable, and put the money where it's really working.
Can you tell us a bit about where it's really working?
I like this, I call it, some of the organizations, some of the grassroots organizations are making really, really good lemonade, right? Like they get these lemons and they make this gourmet lemonade, but they're not invested long-term. They're short-term. They're going from grant to grant to grant, hoping that they can sustain what they're doing. Many of the people are on the ground, like I said, on the ground where gunshots are actually happening. Our lives are literally in danger, some of the communities that we're actually working in. And not even being really compensated for, not really being taken into account the impact that grassroots and people on the front line are actually making at the expense of police budgets in the billions, carceral systems continuously being funded, our prison systems, custody systems continuously being funded. Prison and industrial complex is obviously at play. This is a billion-dollar game. Who wants to take a pay cut?
And just like, those points are so important. I just wanted to add to, like, there's so much amazing work that is happening through grassroots organizations and collectives. But there's only so far, like, there's only so much that can be done at times when you're, for example, depending on what you say politically, you can lose those grants, right? Depending on what you say, you can lose access to institutions, right? We're hearing now that Ford is telling certain nonprofits, don't say certain things, you will not be funded, right? So the thing is I think it's incredible, but there are risks to that, and I think we stand in solidarity with all of those collectives who are willing to, go against those risks and, get banned from institutions and then appeal it and go through that process over and over again because you have to. But there's also such control in this system and that's rooted within the reality of when people want to push back and people want to make change and people want to create programs that have longevity. There's a lot of risks and challenges that are associated with it.
Real quick, like imagine grassroots organizations doing and utilizing their working models, now accessing funding and being told what to do, how to do it, utilizing the funder's illogical model. And again, like we were saying, being silenced, not being able to speak truth to power because you may lose your job, lose your funding. I've seen this over and over again in grassroots organizations, nonprofit organizations, where you're literally silenced because you don't want to lose your funding, you don't want to lose your job. And if you speak up, you could be cut, your funding could be lost next round. So as part of Breaking the Cycle, the youth gang exit program, it started back in the first year of the gun. I think I've lived to see about 5 now. The program lasted about, I think 6 or 7 years pretty well. It was a program where youth attended for a 6-month period of time. We paid the youth to attend. And one day the government just said, we're no longer funding this program. And that was that. That was, again, back in 2006, 2005. And believe it or not, there's still youth that are still connected to me seeking help and support till this day because of the work that we were able to do. So almost like 20 years ago, they're still reaching out. Some of them are still dealing with complex problems, mental health, part of the carceral systems in custody, so forth and so on. So it's not really just a one program fix. It's a long-term investment. I'll just give a real quick story again, like one of the probation officers and I was working with one of his clients. He's like, Julian, Joe is back in trouble again. What happened? He went to your program. And I was like, well, it takes more than just, this one program. It takes extensive investment. It takes time. And yeah, this is kind of the idea that's kind of out there that some people have, that it's just because you go to this one program now, everything's all better.
Yeah, I just wanted to quickly follow up on the funding and like the need for grassroots funding and community funding. And when Ford shuttered 26 detention centers, and this was overnight. Like the workers at the centers were given like an hour's notice, right? And then they had to ship these youth in shackles, and it was pretty awful. But the claim was that this was going to save up to $40 million that would be reinvested in community. And community-based program in the programs and the folks that are doing this work on the ground. In my research, we did interviews with about 25 folks that are working in that sector, in the not-for-profit, in the community-based youth justice sector. Not a single one has heard where that money's going. And it's been since 2021, right? So that money's not going back in there. And just to follow up, I mean, when Toronto Prisoners' Rights Project was organizing, one of the number one things community organizations would come to us with is, can you please say this loudly, because we can't say that, right? If we say this, we'll get our funding pulled, but you guys are an explicitly abolitionist organization, please say this, get this out to the media. So I just wanted to reiterate that as well.
Okay, I'm gonna hit us with some concluding thoughts, and while I do that, you can think about, I'm gonna do rapid fire call to action following that, so get that locked in. I was thinking, after you said something, Julia, about like the ways in which like the carceral system and all of these like carceral continuums really are the only things that can fully capture people and like provide a bed. And I think just like looking back in time, this is how this state has been organized, whether it was like industrial training schools or residential schools or boys' homes or girls' homes or orphan homes or like the Andrew Mercer Reformatory, or like all of these places were central to the construction of the province of Ontario, central to the construction of this like absolute carceral state that always will respond to any need, any crisis, any hope, any toe out of line with that system of capture, control, and if you're disabled, like a deep need to cure. And so there is such a need, like the reason that those systems are in order is because of like the big reform movement, but that didn't do anything either, because that just introduced a whole new system of incarceration. And so really like what is so clear is that we need something that is so radically different that can hold people when they are struggling and suffering and abandoned and like left by the state and left by, because like we will mess up, like even if we live in a state without like the Toronto Police Service, we're still going to struggle, and we're still going to have like people who are dealing with things, and so we will still need something. And so we do really need to think about and push towards this like really radical alternative where people can be met when they are suffering and struggling and need a place. And I think like right now we are escalating that this carceral state, this carceral system, talked a little bit about Alberta, but also just like all of these new forms of incarceration are going to continue to pop up as long as like we have this particularly conservative state. And so I think there's really a need for some radical calls to action. And now is your time to give me one, every one of you.
You know what? In a perfect world, I just want to say we don't need prisons. We just need well-resourced communities, and we need to make sure that our funding is prioritized to be reflecting that, also, what I will say is when we're looking at the solution to what that response system is that can protect the well-being of people and what could that look like, I would say that I'm not in the position to answer that. Like, as a white person who hasn't been incarcerated, like, I stand in solidarity with people, right? I work alongside them. I've never been arrested. So I think, you know, when I look at what are systems of wellness, I don't know if I'm the right person to ask, but I will say we need to consult with people who are impacted with systems, and not for like, sorry, my language, but for like some shitty impact evaluation report, right? That would get you another year of that funding. Like, meaningfully engaging with people who are incarcerated, who are involved in child welfare systems, who are, unfortunately, like really disadvantaged because of the healthcare they receive from traditional healthcare systems, engaging with them, learning from them, asking them what these systems could look like. In a perfect world, I don't know if we need these intense systems that will always reflect carceral values, but let's speak to them and sit with them and learn from them. I have to say, like, the most important things I've ever learned are from people who are incarcerated. It's just the most, like, I'm not an academic. I don't have a PhD. I don't have all of these credentials that I could list off for you. But that knowledge I've received, I'm forever grateful for, and it just guides everything I do. So that's what I would say. But I think, okay, passages, I think we're talking about Christie's and those points, and, you know,
Yeah,
that was really, I thought that was really interesting.
I mean, you said it also beautifully to begin with, right? Like, again, valuing and taking very seriously the words and the experiences of folks who have been in these places. They know, right? A PhD does you fucking nothing when you enter a prison, right? These people know the space and they know what they need, and what they need is going to be something different for everyone. And, once again, as an abolitionist, echoing, yes, part of it is about tearing down prisons, but, before that, it's about fucking resourcing communities in ways that are meaningful. And so, yeah, I mean, that's where we're going to see shifts, right? We're not going to see shifts in reforming the existing system because the system has been reformed and reformed and reformed. We're going to see changes by actually resourcing people in meaningful ways. People that end up in the system are people with unmet needs. With the Gerstein stuff, I'm not sure entirely, but I mean, again, I think engaging in folks that are engaging with folks that are doing the work in community, and seeing how we can build upon what is effective and what is working. And so, what Julia was referencing briefly was I'm currently doing a project in collaboration with the Gerstein Crisis Center, trying to explore and to kind of pull from their decades of experience on non-medical and non-police crisis intervention models. And this is particularly in the wake of recent calls to expand the remit of mandatory commitments and voluntary treatment and those kinds of things. But I think the larger point is, again, from a policy perspective or a researcher perspective, I speak as a researcher. My research cannot occur without actually grounding it in the needs of community, and neither should our policy, right? We begin with what the gaps identified by people that are actually doing this work are, and we build from there. We don't start from our own kind of abstract academic interests or policy interests. We start with what is missing and what is identified in community as missing, and we build from there. So yeah, I think maybe those are the things that I would pick up on, but yeah. I mean, let's shift the focus of our resourcing. We have tons of money for building new prisons. Doug Ford, since 2020, has announced over like $3 billion in prison expansion funds, not to mention all of the expansion of police budgets. Let's shift that, right? Let's actually provide people with housing, with educational security, food security, with appropriate spaces to land when they are housed or when they're precariously housed. Like, this would go far more than expanding police, improving education in fucking prisons, and those kinds of things.
And also just to say that we should not sell Toronto District School Board schools to long-term care facilities. Also will not solve the problems as per the Ford government's ideas, Yeah, I'm gonna echo a lot of those things. And there's something I wanted to add, but it just escaped me. Oh, I lost it. I'm sorry. Maybe if I start talking, it'll come back to me. Policing and prisons in this country started for the sole purposes of controlling Indigenous people and controlling Black people. And that is what it continues today, what has expanded to poor white people, disabled people, and queer and trans people as like primary occupants. There is this rhetoric out there that seems to give the impression that most people in custody are there for really heinous crimes, which Jessica already touched on. Yeah, most people in provincial custody, 60 to 80% are there on remand, not convicted, awaiting trial. And people, the people who are doing the most heinous crimes are mostly among us, actually, and don't ever or rarely see a courtroom. So it's for its systemic racism and ableism, it is working as intended, but not for what community actually needs. In 2026, we are going to be hosting abolition workshop series. So we're going to be having different speakers showcase examples of our communities in so-called Canada are already practicing everyday abolition and divesting from police and from prisons, and Indigenous nations have been doing this long before colonization. So examples are already existing, and there's always going to be some level of harm, and carceral punishment isn't reducing crime. Like there's other ways forward that keep people accountable and keep us safe without cops or prisons. Sorry, so the action being stay tuned for that workshop series.
I totally support everything that everybody's saying here, and I'll kind of flip the question back to the audience. As taxpayers, are you guys happy with the outcomes that are happening? Our custody facilities are filled to capacity, and we have all these organizations on the ground doing all this stuff, all this anti-Black work and anti-racism stuff. The Roy McMurtry Youth Center is 95% Black kids in there. Yeah, I mean, rhetorically, I have to ask you guys that. I don't think we should be happy with those types of outcomes. I'll switch real quick to Bill 33. I'd love to see the evidence that says that cops in schools work. I don't know if if anyone here have any access to those reports. I'd love to see them. I don't even know if community, I'm pretty hip to what's going on in the community, and I've never been to a consultation where the police sat down with us or the government sat down with us and said, hey, this is what we're doing, this is how it's going to work. We need to be a part of what's going on. We can't just be participants, we need to be leaders of this thing, right? Thank you.
Thank you so much. That concludes this panel, and I'm gonna pass it over to Andrea.
Another round of applause.
Thank you everyone for being here today. Really appreciate that.
Awesome. Another round of applause for our amazing panelists. To the panel discussion beyond the traditional schooling site, youth institutionalization, and segregation. And so again, following from this morning's initial panel discussion, which was a carceral continuum in education, PK K-12 and post-secondary, we have now journeyed onto looking at the multiple spaces that are outside the scope of what's deemed traditional schooling sites and seeing how policing and carceral logics are infinitely embedded and how it really is that all we need is governments to have political will to address social and structural determinants of health and equity, the social and structural determinants of harm, and really connecting the issues around youth institutionalization, segregation, that folks were mentioning, also hinting at the nonprofit industrial complex. And again, as a reminder that many community-based organizations, including nonprofits, are in collusion with policing and agents of policing. For instance, one of the examples that was mentioned, an assistant deputy minister that was closing down the youth facilities by the name David Mitchell, which was an assistant deputy minister within the Youth Justice Division, who was a former corrections officer and created the intelligence unit while they were in corrections, was hired and is a co-executive director at Jane and Finch-based nonprofit YACE. Shame. YACE also has hired a former police officer. And again, they, among many other organizations across the province and across the country, are in collusion with policing and are agents themselves of surveillance and criminalization of young people, and are not being transparent with parents, caregivers, guardians, families, and young people themselves. So really wanting to ensure that we are making those connections, as well as how nonprofits and even grassroots organizations are, in many instances, perpetuating harms as well. And so we're moving now on to the School Prison Nexus and Carceral Care panel discussion. And it is a panel discussion centering a shift away from the school to prison pipeline metaphor and language to rather take up the use of the School Prison Nexus framework. Panelists will be discussing the collusion of carceral, colonial, and ableist systems, including the child and family policing, mental health policing, immigration policing, and carceral care systems. And it is being moderated by the amazing Ahuna May, Education Coordinator of Disability Justice Network of Ontario. And so we will now at this time be calling up the panelists for School Prison Nexus and Carceral Care. Thank you.
I think we're all a little bit matching, which is kind of fun. All right, thanks, Andrea, for the introduction. So I'm going to start with some introductions for our amazing panelists who are joining us today. So one of our panelists is Sabrina Dahab. Sabrina is the Ward 2 trustee for the Hamilton-Wentworth District School Board. For years, she has been involved in youth engagement, community organizing, and the fight against Islamophobia, anti-Palestinian racism, and policing in schools. Engaged in equity education for high school students, she has spent her tenure as a trustee working on policy recommendations to address systemic anti-Blackness, Islamophobia, and anti-Palestinian racism. Another panelist we have is Tyla Dixon. Tyla is a mixed Black queer artist and child welfare survivor. They are also the executive lead of the Collective of Child Welfare Survivors. With 16 years of systemic advocacy and community organizing, Tyla works to create survivor-led, trauma-informed networks rooted in transformative justice, abolition, and Black liberation. Dr. Emil Joseph is an associate professor in the School of Social Work at McMaster University. He draws on perspectives of critical forensic mental health, MAD studies, post-colonial theory, critical race theory, and critical disability studies to analyze the historical production of ideas about difference, normalcy, sexuality, eugenics, race, ability, and mental illness as they cohere, diverge, interdepend, and perform within policy, law, and practice. Helen Hargreaves is a neurodivergent therapist with over 15 years of experience. She's the director of Rainbow Brain, a social work group practice that focuses on providing queer, trans, and neurodivergent affirming therapy. Helen believes that justice and authenticity are core parts of finding a meaningful life and mental well-being. So with that being said, getting into our questions, I'm going to start with Sabrina, if that's okay. So Sabrina, we know that you're a trustee, but in your experience as both a former high school student organizer and a current school trustee, what are the multiple ways that within schooling spaces, directors of education, senior staff, trustees, and educators reproduce policing and carceral functions? And in your work supporting Muslim, Palestinian, and Black youth and their families, can you talk to us a little bit about how punishment becomes justified through pathologization and narratives of safety?
Hi, everyone. First of all, thank you so much, Ahona, and to the rest of the folks at DJNO for all the work you put into this conference today, for bringing us here together. Yeah, I think when I think about this question, I think it's a very good question. And one of the things I think a lot about in the context of being formerly a student in the same school board now that I serve as a trustee is power. And I think a lot of people talk about power vaguely when we talk about equity, when we talk about racism, when we talk about EIO. But I find that it doesn't often translate into how people interact on a day-to-day. It doesn't actually materialize. I think, oh, it's back. I find that power and how it manifests and an actual holistic understanding of it doesn't actually manifest in the day-to-day interactions between educators, between students and parents. But I think that when we have a good analysis on power, it can actually help us understand everything in education. When I think about how kids are treated, when I think about how discipline is dished out, when I think about the burden of proof, who has access to policies, to procedures, to systems, to education spaces, all this can be understood within the context of power and the lack of access to power. And there's a lot of really good work on this. Paulo Freire talks a lot about this banking model in which he defines education becoming an act of depositing, in which students are depositories and the teacher is the depositor. So we've already positioned children and youth and students in the education system as receivers and not in any way people who can also teach or people who can receive, deserve to inform the learning spaces that they're in. They are just receivers of knowledge that is from somebody in their classroom. And so students are passive receivers. There's no dialogue, there's no critique. They're told to accept what they are taught. And any deviation, they're then subjected to discipline, to codes of conduct, to marginalization in these systems. So already in the banking model, education then becomes about surveillance and conformity, and anything that deviates from that is considered bad. Is the mic okay? I don't know if it's awkward for folks for it to keep coming in.
Pass me that mic and just use the one. That'd be great. Just use the one.
So does this work?
There's a second mic.
No.
Less. Okay. I'll figure it out.
One, two, 1, 2.
So, all right, and so, yeah, so we've talked a bit about this banking model where students, youth in schools are on the receiving end of information, not in any way given control or autonomy,
or the space to inform their own learning experiences. And I think this leads us into a conversation about how schools don't then just mirror prisons, they're actually part of the same network of discipline that we see employed in prisons, right? And this manifests in regular times of schools, how we monitor behaviors in schools, how performance is ranked in schools, how schools correct deviation or what they deem a deviation. And I think it's important to think about where all of this comes from. I think there's often this perception that education is a neutral site of knowledge dissemination, right? And so this perception aims to render education in the West as an objective truth rather than something that is constructed and deeply shaped by social, political, and cultural forces, namely white supremacy, colonialism, capitalism, and all of this creates a very particular experience for children. So education in this context becomes a necessary tool that the state can rely on to facilitate white supremacy, to facilitate capitalism, to facilitate capital production and settler colonialism. And how this manifests in the day-to-day is through curriculum, teaching methodologies, education policy, legislation, and all of these things together are intertwined into a way of maintaining a particular social order that again creates a generation of workers who in various capacities produce capital for the state. And so when we think about policing in schools, Black youth have largely identified their experiences in schools as akin to their experiences with policing. And they've noticed teachers begin to assume the role of police officers. Their classrooms assume the role of prisons. And these structures result in isolation, in students not feeling welcome, and students not having access to a safe learning space. In Robin Maynard's book, Policing Black Lives, she talks a lot about how in Montreal, Black youth are not allowed to gather because when they gather, they're deemed as part of a gang. I think it's just cutting in and out. I think it'll be fine. So this then contributes to an actual reality where we are tearing communities apart. You're not letting youth gather with youth who look like them because of these racist assumptions of who these youth are. In some of my work as a trustee, one of the things I think a lot about when I think about how communities are pathologized is in the way where communities actually, there's a lack of access because of how inaccessible bureaucracies are. For example, one of the things I see often is for parents who don't speak English, their kid will get suspended, but instead of going through a formal suspension process, their kid will just be told to go home. This then means it's not actually documented as a suspension, it's documented as an absence, which means the families don't have the proper tools to then seek recourse on it if they think the suspension is unjust. They don't have access to the actual procedures, the rights under suspensions and things like that. And so I think about how lack of access to procedures and policies and rights is often weaponized to further alienate and isolate communities who are often marginalized. And I think all this also comes back to the fact that when I think about who is pathologized, our schools are microcosms. So things that exist and happen outside of school structures and contexts will inevitably infiltrate and seep into how schools exist and operate and how particular youth are treated. I have a couple other things I wanted to talk about, but maybe I'll pause there for now because I think I've been talking for some time. Yeah, no, thank you for that, Sabrina. And I think that's, there's a lot to consider there with respect to also like the co-optation of like languages of care, especially when we're thinking about these contexts in which youth are being surveilled and being policed within the schooling context more broadly. And I'm specifically also thinking about this within the context of ideas of like normalcy and care. And so Helen, I'm gonna bring you into this conversation. But yeah, I'm thinking about your experience as a clinician specifically, and a clinician that provides trans, queer, and neurodivergent affirming care. So my question is, what are the multiple ways that the mental health and therapy
that mental health and therapy as caring professions, better understood as the mental health policing system, reproduce carceral care? And how does that show up both within and outside of schooling and educational spaces?
Okay, not much. So, yeah, I think where I want to start is the idea of like care and what care means, right? And I really want to live in a world where care means allowing people to be their authentic selves in ways that let them have joyful and meaningful lives. Like, that's where I want to be. It's not where I've gotten to operate my practice from for the last 15 years, especially when I've been in institutions. Because although there's a lot of people who've been promoting this version of care for a long time, there's also this thread of the idea that care, especially for children and youth, is supporting them to act in ways that adults expect. Because of a real belief that that's the only path to safety for these kids. And that, yeah, and the joy and authenticity, they get lost in that, right? And it becomes about coercion and control. And we can see a lot of that in different treatments, like behavior management tools. We can see that in ways that parents are told if their kid is struggling by, some systems will then say, well, that's because you need to have more rules and more police your own families, right? Follow the systems. We'll teach you how to enact proper systems. You can see that in ways that regulation tools and accommodations and communication tools need to be earned, not unlike what we were talking about happening within prisons, but I've heard lots of stories of kids who use communication devices, and if they're talking too much or about the wrong things, their devices are turned off or taken away from them, right? And I think there's also this thread in which the work of people genuinely trying to do joyful, authentic caring gets co-opted, right? And that this often can start through evidence-based protocols, right, which are a thing that therapy has gotten very excited about for some good reasons. We want to know if what we're doing works. But often when you look at the source of the evidence, we say that actually what matters is relationships and community and feeling heard and seen and individuation. And then that gets translated into a manual, and then the manual gets enforced, and then the manual gets followed in ways that you don't have enough time to individuate, and the manual then gets stripped down. Instead of being 18 weeks, it's 6 weeks. And we're still gonna say that this is an evidence-based treatment, even though we lost a lot of the things that might have been useful for it, right? So there's all this co-opting of care that's happening on big system levels, and then it trickles down to families, right? Like I was in a supervision group for cognitive behavioral therapy, where one of my fellow clinicians was having parents who were just saying, this isn't working for my kids, what I want to do, I don't think I want to put the time in, this doesn't feel right. And the literal advice they were given by the very senior clinician was, well, you need to scare them. Tell the parents how bad it's going to be if they don't do your treatment. Tell them that their kid will end up in jail if you don't do this treatment. Nobody knows that ever, but certainly we don't know that about these treatments. But these are all the ways that we sort of end up doing coercive, controlling things, right? And we also, one of the things I've been thinking about a lot is that some of those things that we're controlling, right? The things, especially things that autistic people do, are actually really good regulation strategies for every nervous system, whether you're autistic or not, right? So things like rocking, things like humming, things like singing, things like shouting when you're mad, right? It goes against all my programming from preschool, but actually shouting doesn't actually hurt people, right? You can just shout and you can release the energy. You can run and release the energy that otherwise could become trauma in your body, right? And what we do in the school systems often and in therapeutic spaces is that we problematize all of this good medicine and we say, no, that's bad, right? And what that does is, so the person who's using these strategies, they suffer, right? Person in the middle, because they're getting told that those aren't going to work. They're told to shut it down, so they often then become more escalated and more agitated, and then they get more punishment, and then that escalates to suspension or sometimes calling police because, as other panelists pointed out, they're the only people who you can get to quickly, right? But it also does this huge disservice to everybody around that person, because everybody who watched that just learns that doing those regulation strategies is bad. It's not allowed. And so we're depriving us as whole community from the things that will actually let us heal and settle and exist in a way that I think we could exist without policing, is if we can settle with each other, right? And then we add in the level that when we see this happening more as little kids, right? Like primaries all the way through, right? We see this being enacted more intensely with racialized people, with Black people, Indigenous people, people of color, more intensely with disabled people, right? We learn that teaches us that these people are more dangerous and do need to be controlled, which makes it harder for, it means everybody is more likely to get agitated if somebody starts yelling, right? Which isn't actually hurting anybody, right? So, yeah, those are my thoughts on some of the ways that this comes out in mental health when we're doing mental health from a place of control rather than actually a place of care.
Yeah, thank you for that. And I'm thinking also about the ways in which, the points that you brought up and that Sabrina brought up as well, are interconnected in the sense that both of you folks are talking about, for Sabrina, I think systems navigation, Helen, you're talking about things from a therapy perspective, but like some of the contradictions here, right, of like working within systems that pathologize youth, working within systems that have, normative ideas of what a child or their behavior should look like. And so I'm kind of just thinking about these contradictions as well. And with that being said, I'm wondering, in the work that both of you folks do, how can these spaces, and I'm thinking for Sabrina, perhaps the school board and working within the school board, and for Helen working within therapy, how can these spaces or how have they been sites of resistance and or potentially harm reduction as well?
Okay, I want us to be a little bit brave, and I want to experiment with doing something that's a little bit weird. Okay, are you guys up with me? Because we've been talking about how weirdness is maybe our way through. Okay, so in the interest of figuring this out, right, we've all, if nothing else, you have all been listening to a lot of upsetting information all day. So I want us to just do an experiment, and let's see what happens if we try some of that good medicine, we try some of those good regulation strategies in community. So what I'm suggesting, what I'm inviting is that we rock and hum. I'm gonna leave that. If you, and just make whatever sounds feel good to you. I suggest humming, but maybe you sing a song, okay? And we're gonna start rocking. Awesome. Okay, now we're gonna add the noise. Thank you for everyone who did that. I know I notice in my system, I feel more settled. I feel a little bit more grounded. I feel like I can sort of take in more information. I mean, if this is a different space, we go around in a circle and talk about how it affects us all, but it's not group therapy. So we're not gonna go there today. But I think, so I wanted to do that in an embodied way, but I think that also sort of answers the question of what inspires me. So what inspires me is times that people are being authentic and times that people are able to be authentic in community, right? And I think whatever that looks like is, to me, like that's resistance to this colonial system. And that might mean telling your authentic truths to people in power. That might mean going to protests. That might mean having the audacity to wear comfortable clothing to a board meeting, right? Like it's what lets you be authentic and then the ways that we support each other to do that. However that comes out, it never fails to give me hope. Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, when I think about how spaces like school boards can be and have become sites of also resistance and harm reduction, I think about it in two different tracks. But before that, we've heard a lot of rhetoric from this Ministry of Education and from this government about how we should be keeping politics out of schools. It's quite silly when we think about how education in this context, in a context of settler colonialism, in the context of power dynamics, in the context of some of the stuff we talked about around capitalism and racial violence in schools, everything about education is political. Yeah, everything about education, about how kids exist in the education system is political. And anytime we see some of these systems of violence, we're also going to see people resist to them. I think there's always going to be a place and a need for organizing outside of these systems. Always, I think organizing outside of systems has led to actual incredible change. I think about the police out of schools movement. We had our own in Hamilton a couple of years ago where we organized a sit-in outside Hamilton City Hall for hours until the Board of Trustees at the time got rid of police in schools as a response to police violence and experiences of Black youth in the school board. And I think that there will always be a place for that. But at the same time, I also think if we are choosing to enter these systems, and some of us have, and I recognize that I also have entered these systems, the fundamental goal and purpose of that is to reduce the harm that these systems are imparting on Black, racialized, disabled, Indigenous youth in these systems. And that's going to look like different things, but how I see this actualized in some of the work I do is supporting and through advocacy, because oftentimes we are dealing with systems that are extremely bureaucratic, systems that communities don't know how to navigate, and that is intentional, the way that these systems are set up. People don't know how to access a policy or a procedure. And often when they experience a violation of those, or a procedure isn't followed, or a policy isn't followed, they often don't have a lot of recourse. There's stories all the time of parents being asked to sign on to particular documents that will harm their relationship with their child. Or we also see the weaponization of institutions like CAS, when parents have attempted to advocate for their families. And this is one of the other ways that we see these narratives of safety come up in the context of education, is people talk about how, oh, these kids need protection, we're going to give them protective services, and it's a weaponization of classism, of ableism towards parents, of racism. And so I think that when I think about sites of resistance, I think one of the ways that we can resist is through ensuring that our communities have the resources and the tools they need to advocate when they do deal with a violation of their rights in the school system. And that can look like attending meetings with, like supporting through a suspension hearing or an expulsion hearing. That can look like making sure communities have the tools that they need and understand when their rights are being violated. I have found community members have had the most success in advocating for themselves when they've had access to the resources, when they've had a good understanding of what their rights are, when they understand what comes next if you don't know who to talk to, when your teacher won't respond to you about a particular issue that you are having. And so when I think about the internal resistance within these systems, I think a lot about, yeah, what does it mean to make sure communities are supported when things come up for them in their classrooms?
Thank you to both of you for that response. And Sabrina, I think the pieces that you touched on with respect to, again, co-opted languages of care and protection in these policing systems, in these youth policing systems more broadly, really ties into my next question for Tyler, actually. So Tyler, I'm going to ask you, in both your personal experience as the director for a collective of child welfare survivors, and your personal experience as well, what is the significance of the child welfare system, including children's aid societies, as a child and family policing system? And what are the multiple ways that the child and family policing system makes part of the school-prison nexus?
Hello? Yep, okay. So I'm gonna actually just set something here before I start. I'm gonna take up the whole 12 minutes, if that's cool. Yeah, all right. To first answer the question, I would argue that these systems do not put them on a trajectory. Actually, first thing I want to say, I'm not a director. My official title is executive lead. We don't operate on hierarchies at our organization. I see my role as facilitating space for folks that we are in community with, that we are working with, to be their own leaders in doing this work. So I just want to set that out. But yeah, to set, they don't put them in a trajectory of carceral systems, but child welfare, as we understand it today, is a carceral system. Hence the language of family and child policing. I will expand on this in my presentation, but before that, something that I've been sitting with is the continued approach of having young voices speak to their experiences, which I know some folks speaking mentioned, and that is of course important. I do argue that in one way we adultify children, and then another way we completely strip and remove them any sort of autonomy or agency. So it's like baseless. It almost feels intentional because we rarely listen to the recommendations, and then we gatekeep the information and the resources that could legitimize them in a real way. Young people become adults, which people tend to forget. Once that happens, they are often forgotten, especially if they do not overcome their circumstances in ways that fit respectability pathways to success. I'm an adult survivor of the family policing system. I've watched my kin, Black and non-Black child welfare survivors, die almost 8 to 12 months. We had 3 people die in 2025, some of which were community leaders and spoke on panels and had these conversations, right? A lot of it is due to homelessness, intimate partner violence, street-involved violence, substance use, or carcerality. I'm speaking on the same issues that my cohorts, right? And I fought against at 15 years old. I'm 31, I know I don't look it, but I'm 31. On panels and legislation and through research projects. Nothing has changed, and in some ways I would argue it has gotten worse. I'm here today because I deeply respect the work that Policing Free Schools and DJNO continue to do. They have proven themselves for all intents and purposes. Not only within my community, but their own. But I'm also speaking to a room of people who I assume have the ability to change and challenge these systems, yet often remain actors within the violent anti-Black institutions of family policing and the school-to-prison nexus. My hope is that something lands and that something sparks in this room, and that those who want to see a better world for children begin to challenge not only themselves, right? Self-reflexivity, y'all, we need to be healing in order to be engaging in this work, right? Unlearning our own biases and our own beliefs and our internalized beliefs about ourselves that we then project onto others, but also to engage in their practice so that they can engage meaningfully in their practice. So I want to walk through how the system operates, from how children are framed to how they're disciplined, and to what alternative survivors are already building. The first thing I want to speak to is the pathologization and racialized risk framing, how youth get labeled before anything happens. Before a report, before a call, before a case, there's already an idea of who is seen as a problem. For Black, Indigenous, and disabled and poor youth, the system identifies them as at risk. Poverty becomes neglect, cultural differences become danger, disability becomes defiance, as you pointed out. In our casework, we see this very often. There was one young person, a Black girl, who kept being called angry and aggressive for naming racism that she was experiencing in schools. Teachers admittedly recognized that she approached them with this, but did not know how to intervene when the racial slurs were used, and they continue to be. But instead of protecting her, they labeled her as the problem. Another youth in care was described in his file as aggressive. This is a child below the age of 8. Instead of emotionally dysregulated, that one word, aggressive, justified restraints, isolation, and punishment for what was really just trauma and trauma responses and mechanisms of protection. They are not in safe spaces. They are not protected. They are quite adequately responding to the environment that they are in. It is a carceral space, it's a punitive space, it's a surveillance space. So children are going to protect themselves in the best ways that they know how. Once you've been labeled like that, every report, every note, every meeting reads through that bias. You stop being a child in need of care and become a file that needs to be controlled. And once schools and agencies start responding to those labels, that's when the surveillance begins, because the next call isn't about support, but containment. The next thing I want to speak to is schools as reporting and apprehension sites. How classrooms, and this is mentioned again through a lot of our speakers, which I'm grateful for. How classrooms become extensions of the child protection and policing system. In theory, schools are supposed to be a safe space to land, although we'll hear I don't believe in safe spaces, they don't exist. But what we see over and over is that for many Black and racialized youth, they're places of surveillance. One of our youth had her mom weaponizing the police every time there was a conflict in the home. And when the school became involved, the pattern continued of involving police and it became normalized. To the point where those calls ended up reopening her case with child protection agencies. A parent trying to manage stress ended up pulling her child into a deeper system, and the school helped facilitate that. Another young person came to us after months of anti-Black bullying. She had been reporting for several months, but the school didn't step in until she finally defended herself. She threw hands, and she won that fight, frankly. And that's when they suspended her and called the Child Protection Agency. She went from being a victim of anti-Black violence and bullying, which is a pattern that we see so often throughout our caseloads with our Black youth, is intense bullying, primarily because these kids are being placed into predominantly white areas, in rural white areas. These aren't isolated stories. They show how teachers and administrators, through mandated reporting and racial bias, become agents of control. Reports that are supposed to be about protection, arguably not, but end up being the first step in surveillance, feeding directly into what we call the school-to-prison nexus. And when youth are actually taken into care, that control doesn't end, it just changes from form, from a classroom to a group home or a foster home. Speaking about the institutionalization of care and how what's called care ends up looking a lot like incarceration. This is why we use the framing of children and family policing, because the systems that claim to protect families often reproduce the same logic and control as policing itself. We had a child who had been handcuffed twice and locked in a room with a camera in a foster home. This child was under the age of 8 years old. Their file described, who I was referring to earlier, their file described him as aggressive. This is what the agencies were labeling him as, instead of emotionally dysregulated or traumatized. The single word aggressive justifies physical restraints, isolation, and surveillance. And even outside of these moments, control is constant. Locked doors, timed meals, restricted movements, having to earn privileges of being able to go outside, or to call a friend, or to be able to meet with family members. Punishment for what's called non-compliance. And often police are called and used to regulate or to respond to conflicts that are happening within these homes. Quite often, in fact. What this shows us is that child welfare doesn't just mirror the carceral system, it is the carceral system dressed up as compassion. It teaches youth that safety comes through obedience and that their emotions are crimes. The idea that protection equals punishment is what defines carcerality and control, the next layer of the nexus. I want to speak about carcerality and control, how systems that claim to protect end up punishing, how care becomes compliance, and how surveillance becomes safety. The reality is that once a young person enters the system, every response to harm or emotion is filtered through the carceral lens. If a child cries and screams, it's seen as defiance. If they advocate for themselves, it's seen as a threat. We saw this with the same youth we mentioned earlier. This child is a Black child from Haiti, right, who was adopted by a white family. And when he began to exhibit distress and trauma responses, which was completely an understandable reaction to what he had experienced and was experiencing, that family abandoned him into CAS. They gave him up. They kept his sister. And then the things that I described earlier is what he then experienced and continued to experience after that. That family abandoned him. They turned him over to child protection, framing his behavior as aggressive. This also speaks as to why we're adoption abolitionists. I know that's kind of controversial, but we are. This speaks to how adoption itself is often built on a commodified idea of care, where children are treated as things that can be purchased, possessed, and arguably discarded. And I would argue a lot of the ways in which we as a society see children is through the lens of possession and not as like fully autonomous folks. And discarded once they no longer align with the ideal of gratitude and obedience. After being abandoned, every emotional response was interpreted as misconduct. The system didn't ask what happened to this child. It didn't ask how do we, it asked how do we control him. And they didn't ask how we have contributed or facilitated this harm. We see this logic beyond fair placements, but in schools as well. A young person being bullied finally defends herself and she's suspended. Another reports racist harassment and she's called aggressive or violent. This is what carcerality looks like, when the people and institutions meant to protect you start policing you instead. When your survival instincts are pathologized and criminalized, when the solution to your pain is punishment. This isn't a broken system, it's a working one, and I feel like you've probably heard this throughout the day. It is doing exactly what it was designed to do. And a part of how we control and how that control is maintained is through language. The way that harm gets dressed up as help through words like protection, aid, or support, or in this case of policing in schools, resource officers and community liaison. Which brings us to the co-opted language of care and welfare. How the same systems that harm us disguise that harm in language as help. Words like protection, intervention, and support sound comforting, but they are tools used to justify surveillance. The child welfare system, family policing system, calls itself care. The education calls it safety. The police call it community engagement. All of it hides the fact that these systems are violent systems. In our advocacy work, we've seen this play out in very specific ways. Again, the examples of schooling, I'll say in examples of advocacy, direct advocacy with my young people, are often asking me not to advocate for them. Because once I do, their home placements become worse. So now I'm put in a position of just being of resource, of support, and of information gathering, instead of being able to be more proactive and changing their circumstances. It's punitive. I get to go home, but they're home already, or in what is supposed to be home. So even advocacy is becoming limited. And of course, we listen to our children. I'm not going to go ahead and say what they don't want me to say in a plan of care meeting. Like, I'm just not going to do that. We had cases where social workers described their own responses to anti-Black racism to placate. They didn't want to ruffle feathers with schools or with staff, and that's what happens when the language of professionalism and care becomes a shield, when saying the right thing replaces doing the right thing. This is how institutional harm sustains itself, through the comfort of its own vocabulary. Because the truth is, survivors and communities have already been building alternative abolitionist and survivalist models that shows that real care and accountability can look like outside of these systems. So lastly, I want to speak about abolitionist and survivor-led alternatives, the work of imagining and building systems of care that don't rely on punishment or surveillance. At CCWS, we believe abolition is not only about dismantling these systems, but about creating the conditions where those systems are no longer needed. It's about building relationships and infrastructures of care that are community rooted and survivor centered. We see this every day when a young person calls us before calling a social worker. That's an abolitionist practice. When survivors support each other through housing crises, violence, mental health struggles without relying on police or so-called child protection systems. That's abolition in motion, right? Like when I was younger, I did not have to, I was helpless, but I was able to sleep on couches because what was theirs was mine and what was mine was theirs. And it was my community that was able to support me. And even now, we see that child welfare survivors, young child welfare survivors are still engaging in that practice of communal support to one another. Our framework is grounded in transformative justice and trauma-informed care. We ask what needs to be repaired, who needs to be researched. Hello. There we go. Can y'all hear me? I'm gonna talk like this. Who needs to be resourced? Oh, there we go. How can safety be created without control? Like I mentioned earlier, we also recognize that we cannot create totally safe environments that doesn't exist. There's no such thing as a safe space, but there can be safer spaces, and most importantly, accountable spaces. Because safety without accountability isn't safety, it's silence. Accountability without relationship is punishment. What we're building is something that lives in between care, that's relational, community-rooted, and survivor-led. So when we talk about policing free schools, we're not just talking about the absence of police in hallways, we're talking about the presence of care and accountability, about developing infrastructures that can tangibly resource and support people in community, and about naming how these institutions are functioning instead of only bearing witness and reacting to them. And with that, I'm done.
Thank you so much, Tana. So I am going to next move on to Dr. So speaking to your experience as a registered social worker and associate professor in social work, what are the ways in which the caring profession of social work reproduces carceral functions within the education space?
Hello, thank you. I've been listening, to all the panels and the speakers all day. I'm grateful for this event. I was struck by a few things and thinking about them ever since. One of the earlier, in the morning panel, someone said, one of the speakers, that what we need to do is kill the cop. We've got to kill the cop inside him first. And I thought about that in relation to how we think about problems of what constitutes ideas of policing and what constitutes ideas of surveillance and carcerality and the tropes that are placed inside it, and how we talk about social work sometimes as peripheral to or softer than. And Sabrina raised, this thing that we've been talking about throughout the day, the idea of a nexus. I use a metaphor that begins somewhere else. So I use a metaphor of confluence, river confluence, where I think about histories moving as tributaries, carrying ideas and advancing particular projects, and then carrying with it the vestiges of where its design kind of forms what's in those waters. I think about how we talk about social work in these policing contexts, and how I feel like we don't respect or acknowledge, I would say maybe, the ways in which the kind of benevolent design inside of social work regimes makes all of this violence so much worse. And I think, some people talk about prison industrial complexes and not-for-profit industrial complexes, and there's value in doing so. And sometimes we import those analyses in ways that don't fit. And sometimes we have to listen to the ways we talk about abolition such that we are careful not to advance the benevolent interlocutors that are inside social work that are the actual creators of the problems we're talking about today. I think like one example would just be the concept of neglect is a colonial construct. It was designed here in 1893 in the earlier version of the thing that we now call the Child and Youth Family Protection Act. Prior to that, the Child and Family Protection Act. And that concept invoked tropes of neglect that were tied to tropes of Indigenous people, such that they could be the ones policed. And social work was the profession designed for that purpose. So when we talk about, the disproportionate expulsions and suspensions and apprehensions via educational institutions or inside hospitals, or when we talk about imprisonment, and those same disproportionalities are noticed, that nexus across the professions and the disciplines and the policies and laws that sustain education systems here and our mental health systems here in their carceral logics, and the ways we talk about our criminal justice systems, that there is a confluence that carries forward eugenic ideas that were baked into how these lands were colonized. Earlier, it was raised, cops were in schools in Toronto in 1904. In the Immigration Act of 1906, they implemented prohibited classes. The groups of people who were deemed undesirable, who were envisioned as some sort of hereditary carriers of defectiveness and banned by virtue of disability or mental health or attached to criminalization and sex work. Everything that was deemed undesirable was put into law during that time. Most of it was couched in an idea that there was a threat to future generations. And the word feeble-mindedness was used to describe how hereditary immigrant carriers of defectiveness would infect the Canadian population, and thereby we required this law. I think when you carry forward that idea of feeble-mindedness and look at where people like Helen McMurtry and others bake that word into what we do in child welfare and what happens in schooling systems, carries with it a legacy of racism that is tied to how we think about ableism and saneism by eugenics as a problem. We talk about our public health system in Canada, and laud people like Tommy Douglas for envisioning that public health care system. But that guy did his master's thesis at my university in Boston, and it was basically on what he called immoral women who were going to be costly to society because their progeny would be costly, and that's why we need public health care. It was a eugenic design based on this threat that kids with their disabled kids are going to be costly and they're a threat to the race in these lands we call Canada. When you talk about social work, I think, there's limited ways that we can talk about the dangers of it and the ways that social work is imbricated in how we must talk about policing without getting rid of both of those things. as they are. And when we talk about abolition, social work tied to these policies and laws and professions also has to go. It's not an out. It has never been an out. It has always been tied to systemic racist colonial practice. Social work likes to tell a story of itself, whereby, there's these well-meaning, grassrootsy white women who go into communities in need and offer help. And they do that under some benevolent condition. But you cannot tell that story without also telling the story of how those social workers lauded themselves and created the story of benevolence while also creating a design that allowed for that to happen while authorizing violence in ways that sustain this state. That is the colonial, eugenic, white supremacist state that we live in, that has those laws to this day and has the professions governing most of its apparatus. I don't think the problem is, a teacher calling a cop into a school alone. When you have, at the Hamilton Wentworth District School Board, there's 30 social workers, full time, who will very regularly pathologize racialized kids. They pick up a diagnosis and they're basically streamed out of these areas with full academic streets. It's an ongoing process and project of eradication that I think we have to talk about, as violent as it is. And then often we talk about social work here and there as not kind of the basis for a lot of this violence.
Thank you, Emil. I do have a follow-up for you, but before that, I did kind of want to give other panelists some space to respond to the piece on benevolence specifically, and the ways that ideas of benevolence show up in the school prison nexus, specifically in child and family policing, in mental health policing systems, etc. Because I do think other folks here would probably have some good things to say if you folks have any thoughts on those pieces. But if not, I will move on.
So one of the things I had in my notes, but that I didn't get to, was thinking about this idea of benevolence. And when I think about that, what really looms in my head is Danielle Smith, the Premier of Alberta, when she went on Twitter to announce limiting gender-affirming care for trans people. I don't know if anybody else had the upsetting experience, of watching that video, in which she talks about how she's doing it out of love, and this is about love for trans kids, like throughout. And I think, like so often this idea of care and love gets co-opted into coercion and conformity. I love you so much, I'm gonna keep you safe by cutting off bits of you so that you can fit into a system you don't even want to belong to, it's never going to make you happy. It's not trying to. And that is so much pushed often to be parents' jobs, that if good parents are squishing their kids to make them less than they are so that they can conform, because then these violence systems we've been talking about all day won't be enacted on them. But what if we just skip the violence in the first place and we could all just be the weird little beings we are? I would really like that instead.
Okay. I don't know if I have really much to say. I'm kind of just tired of white women, frankly, and having to navigate them in this world, and conform to their feelings. But I guess just speaking from the lens of doing this work, we've had to shift, I kind of speaking to what you were saying slightly, but we've had to shift how we even interact with social workers and with actors of these systems and these institutions. It's that actually even ties into the conversation earlier. where we say that we are abolitionists, and we are in practice or in our mandates or whatever. But when we then have to come to agencies, there's a way that we have to like placate them. There's a way that we have to like speak to them. It's like I have to put away my radical hat. I just put it in my pocket though. I don't really take it, like put it off. I just put it in my pocket, you know. And it's and having to shift our language and shift how we connect with them. And I do think that there's from a transformative perspective, there is a need. And I think that young people, and by young people I mean like folks up until even 30s and 40s, that we're doing this work of having to educate and like reimagine like what radical change like we have these demands, we have these ideas of what we want to see happening. But like we're starting from a world that like most people don't even really understand what racism is. They don't even know the history of Afriqueville in Canada, like, or how insidious the Indian Act was and is still, right? Don't understand these connections and pipelines. And so we're like talking to folks who are coming from and raised and conditioned, right? And so, I don't know, like I'm like begrudgingly and sulkingly like, we need everybody, right? We need everybody for this to work. And so just learning or having folks who are willing to like do that emotional labor work of like being in the community, being in space with these benevolent white folks, and just like helping them to unpack their shit and to like validate their feelings, which is important, but like also, you know, because people need to care, people need to feel connected, and people don't like to feel like they're being yelled at or that they're not being appreciated, because like, yeah, there's also a way that like in doing this work, I've been like, okay, so there are like social workers are cops, but there are some people in these institutions that really do want to do well. They really do mean to do well. They're limited by the bureaucratic processes, or now the government's trying to come in and make their job much harder. So now I find myself on the side of protecting child protection, which is crazy. Because without that, what do we have? Like, we as a society don't even know how to raise our children well. I mean, yeah, that's what I want to say about
it. When I think about benevolence, I think about it in the context of how immigrant communities are told to accept the bare minimum that they're offered in these institutions because they should be grateful that they're here. And then that forces communities already marginalized to internalize this. And it makes it hard for them then to advocate for themselves because they're told to just take the bare minimum. And they internalize that. And in the event that they do advocate for themselves, in the event that they do resist this notion that they should just be happy and take the crumbs that they're offered, again, institutions like Child Protective Services, institutions like policing are weaponized against them to keep them silent, to quell the dissent from these communities and from these families. And so when I think about, yeah, that's what I think about when I think about the concept of benevolence, is it forces communities to, it quells the dissent, and it forces communities to keep marginalized because we aren't able to advocate for ourselves, or else there are more dangerous consequences to that.
Thank you so much, folks, for those responses. And I do think that lends really nicely into our next question for Emil, which is on the immigration policing system more specifically. So as a professor who also does research on the immigration system, what is the importance of recognizing it as an immigration policing system and its role in the collusion of multiple systems that form the school-prison nexus?
You know, when I was talking about that heightened eugenic period, colonial period, 1893 and then 1904, 1906, we can go back to those periods to think about this historical way that we designed a system that carries on the colonial work of punishing and disciplining this racialized imagined threat, who's also the carrier of hereditary effectiveness, who's the criminal, who's the disabled immigrant threat. I think you can think about those things, but you can also think about the ways that they were baked into policies and laws here. You know, people like Charles Kirk Clark, who at College Spadina, that site of KMH that used to be the Clark Institute, there's a big plaque in the doorway to him. And that guy advocated for bans on immigrants receiving any kind of health care, including mental health care, or the receipt of charity or social services, because they were burdensome and risky and threats and, you know, all kinds of contaminants, as he described. And at the time, he advocated for a 2-year ban. It became a 5-year ban. To this day, if you're sponsoring someone who's a newcomer, they can be ineligible for social assistance for 10 years, based on nonsense, just racist, bullshitty nonsense. And some of these ideas get continually baked into these incremental changes that change the discourse and make it seem benevolent and palatable. And they very much appropriate the discourses in fields like social work to do so. In 2013, you had the Faster Removal of Foreign Criminals Act, Not Criminally Responsible Reform Act, and you had the Omnibus Bill, the Anti-Terrorism Bill, that all together authorized this way of policing disability and mental quote-unquote illness, such that that information about a person could be tied to the idea that they might be dangerous and shared internationally. Those changes to laws also changed the sentencing regimes for people, such that, you know, if you stole a candy bar and you were sentenced to anything over, or you might be sentenced to anything over 6 months, you could be eligible for removal from Canada if you didn't have status as a citizen. That period used to be sentencing of up to 10 years. That was the threshold before. When it became 6 months, you know, I saw the impacts personally. I personally do research with people in immigration detention systems, particularly with some focus on mental health and disability. And there were guys that I was talking to who were going to school. One guy was pulled out of his high school in grade 10 for literally stealing something like a candy bar. And he's in immigration detention, and I talked to him in 2018, 9 years later. So he's detained basically indefinitely for a reason that was concocted basically out of nowhere that deems him as a threat, because he's you know, someone who's from Somalia who might potentially be dangerous because he stole a candy bar. The average age for people deemed eligible for deportation who have findings around inadmissibility because of mental health issue or disability was 30, the age was like, the average age was 32. And you had people who had been here for over 20 years. No, they were kids. They were kids when they got here. They get treated like garbage in a system that deems them as threat to at the beginning. And then we blame them for you know, not succeeding or having needs and criminalize them for it. And I think if we kind of put those pieces together, we can just talk more plainly about the ways that this system is set up in ableist, sanist, racist ways to carry on a long-standing project. In a lot of ways where some of these laws and policies and the professions that enforce them never ask the questions that can very easily get to the point of, wait a minute, none of this makes sense. All of this is violent, and a lot of this has to go. When we use the language of, industrial complex that I alluded to earlier, I think there's limits to saying, this is some profitable industry for someone. When we know for a fact that it is costly for everyone, that this stuff isn't cheap. The enforcement, the deportation, the prison systems, the policing in schools, all of this is not about someone getting rich. It always has rested upon the idea that someone else is dangerous or beneath or inferior. The crafting of the idea of the undesirable, the crafting of the idea of the prohibited class, the crafting of the idea of the feeble-minded or the immigrant hereditary threat has always been the base ground for white supremacist nation building. And it has never been profitable. I think that kind of neoliberal critique only goes so far until you have to ask the colonial one. I think we could ask those questions more often than we do. Because they're definitely tied to rationalizations for more enforcement, more policing, when all of those problems that we create manifest in education and education systems.
Thank you so much. Does anybody also want to add onto that question specifically with respect to immigration policing on our panel?
If I'm going to say anything TikTok, I'm not sure, maybe if it was mentioned, but there's a lot of youth in care child welfare survivors who go through the system without getting any proper form of ID that legitimizes them as Canadian citizens. And then going through these systems, they are becoming criminalized, and then they are in danger of being deported. And like the government, like they're ready to deport these children, right? When we talk about Abdul, like a few years ago, who came to this country as a baby and the government was trying to deport him for like whatever, like teen crimes or whatever, doing hood rat shit, and survival, actually, I have a few even of my kin who went through family policing or child welfare system, aged out, and only then realized they had no identification, and then were responsible for trying to obtain it on their own, which even those when we're talking about bureaucratic processes, it's just like difficult to manage. Tried to take it to court, got little to no support for that, was able to eventually be able to deal with that because higher education, you start to have a little bit more capital and more financial wealth. But it's an issue that we're seeing even with child welfare survivors, like children youth in care who are immigrants or come from migrant backgrounds. The threat of deportation and criminality, it's like they're just being set up.
Can I add something really quick? There's been some conversation on Bill 33, specifically policing in schools. Schools are supposed to be what's called a sanctuary site. And so technically, teachers are not allowed to report on student status, they're not allowed to answer about a student's status. A couple of years ago, when there were conversations about police at a TDSB, there were reports that police officers, the police liaison officers at the TDSB, were collecting data on undocumented children and reporting that back to CBSA. And so when we're talking about Bill 33, policing back in schools, there's also a risk to children who are not, who don't have status. There's a risk of deportation, there's a risk of being detained. And I don't know that specific lens of that conversation is fully being had broadly when I think some of the movement is talking about Bill 33, like what happens to kids and families that don't have their citizenships.
That's a huge piece. Yes, and before I get into rapid fire questions, so folks think about calls to action that you want to talk about. Yeah, just wanted to say a big thank you to our panelists. This was a really, really beautiful conversation. Yeah, I think we all have a lot to think about, yeah, also like, again, shifting from that language of the school prison pipeline to the school prison nexus, thinking about these interconnected webs within the carceral continuum of policing and education. Again, I think lots to take away from this discussion, but I'm going to pass it over to folks for maybe 1 minute for each of you for, yeah, just a quick call to action on creating more liberatory, emancipatory spaces potentially, or whatever you want to talk about with respect to calls to action.
So I think my brain is so full with everything you guys have shared, everything everybody else has shared. I'm not going to try to add any more ideas because I think there's better ideas than mine here. What I am going to remind people of is that so much of this comes to trauma and comes to how we process emotions and how we process the bad shit and the pain that happens to us, and whether we choose to blast that through other people or whether we actually metabolize it ourselves, and that is hard, internal, ongoing work that needs to happen in our bodies and in our relationships, as well as in our ideas. So my call to action is to really think about tending to and caring for yourself and your beloveds, and bringing that settledness into this work, because in the end, I don't know another way through other than figuring out how to metabolize all this colonial pain.
Thank you for that. Things in the education scene are not great, and they're about to get a lot worse with Bill 33. And I think my call to action is, I think the likelihood of us being able to mobilize a strong enough campaign to force the government to not pass this is, unfortunately, not to be a pessimist, is not very high. And so I'm thinking a lot about what is harm reduction going to look like in a context where students are already suffering. We have an education system that since 2018 has been defunded by $6.8 billion. Like, I think a lot about what that means, like how much, what the education sector could look like if we had an additional $6.8 billion. How many more EAs in the classrooms? How many more supports for students? How many more mental health supports? How much nicer could schools be? Heating in schools. And so I think the call to action is the only sure that students in these systems have what they need to advocate for themselves, have what they need to resist when ultimately they are being marginalized or their rights in the classroom are being violated. And how we do that is by making sure that we know what the policies are that govern these institutions. We know what the procedures are, and we know how to use them when students are being harmed. One of the things I often recommend to parents when they're entering a hearing or a meeting with a teacher or principal is to bring community advocates with them to help them navigate those meetings. That is one of the ways that we can make sure that students are supported, that families are supported, and that they know that they're allowed to fight for themselves, for their kids, for their rights, because they deserve a classroom and an education experience that is safer. Where they are valued, where they're safe, and where they have the things that they need to learn. So I think the call to action here is get involved. If you're a parent or you have small kiddos in the system, get involved in your parent council, stay involved in the school, figure out how we can make sure that the youth in our communities are supported when inevitably things get even worse in an already bad system.
Yeah, I'm gonna shamelessly and unapologetically plug in my organization and ask for support. Y'all, we are a small org. We are one of the only, and at least that we know of in Toronto, organizations that directly support families and children and youth in and from care. We do direct advocacy work with families who are facing unfair apprehensions, court proceedings, We do mentorship with young people. We engage in mutual aid. We do systemic organizing, community development and outreach, event plan. We do a lot. It's a team of like 3 paid staff and a bunch of volunteers who are all part-time. Right now, we have an urgent need for 2 young Black women, young girls who are, I can't speak to it, but we're looking to raise some money to help them get some dental work, to get some health services. We're doing a clothing drive, so if folks have things that they're willing to donate, gently used clothing, things for the winter time, that would be really helpful. I could give a slight background. It's a 21-year-old girl, Crown Ward, who is raising her 12-year-old sister in kinship, and the agencies are not supporting them. So we are having to provide those resources. So I'm gonna encourage y'all to either get involved through volunteering or to reach out to us through our website and donate, because we need the money all, and then everything that everybody else says.
I was sitting outside at lunch and thinking about, you know, that we're in a context where pessimism is warranted, and I get it. That there might not be the ways people see hope in the struggle in the current political climate. You know, the things we talk about today aren't in, you know, the newspaper every day or, you know, in the headlines. And I think there's hope in doing events like this, in creating the space where we don't have to pretend like this stuff isn't known and it doesn't exist. I think, you know, having these spaces where you can speak what you know and be heard and listen to others and learn in community and share the opposite of gaslighting, right? Like the ways that we can identify and name and share and gather and share resources and support orgs and, you know, struggle together. That's the kind of thing that kind of action that I think is fruitful and valuable and energizing and makes you feel so much less alone. So, you know, more of this. I know it's a lot of work. And thank you.
Thank you so much, folks. Can we get a round of applause for our amazing panel? Yeah, what a beautiful, insightful session.
Can you get the name of the organization that you're running?
I'll go around with some business cards out. Does that work? But it's the Collective of Child Welfare Survivors. Yeah.
I can also send information out to everybody who registered via email as well. Okay, so we are going to move into the final kind of collective part of our event today. So initially we're going to go from 4 o'clock to 4:45, but I think, yeah, we're way past that, so maybe we'll go until 5 o'clock. And so this will be an opportunity for folks to engage with panelists who are still here, and talk with folks in the room about, you know, things that they've learned today, what got them thinking, maybe some calls to action, specifically around all of the sessions that we had today. So we'll probably spend about 10 minutes on each individual panel and have folks discuss the contents of that panel, what it made them think about, and again, calls to action. So everybody should have gotten at their tables a chart paper and some sticky notes, hopefully from Brad. If not, we will come back around the sticky notes, and folks should have writing utensils on them as well. But yeah, just chat with the folks at your table. If not, join another table to chat with folks about what you learned, etc. And panelists will come and walk around the room and engage in discussion if you have any questions or additional things you want to discuss. Then we'll come back at 5 o'clock, maybe a little bit after 5 o'clock, and we'll have an open mic discussion where folks can share their final thoughts, calls to action before we head out and share Andrea's final calls to action from policing through schools. So, starting now.
Hi, folks. So y'all should have been working on panel number 1, which was the Carceral Continuum in Education, Pre-K, K-12, and post-secondary. We're now going to be moving on to the second panel, which is beyond the traditional schooling site, institutionalization and segregation, so folks can continue their discussions regarding panel number 2. Thank you. Last time as I started, I realized and I'm like, oh.
That's okay, we're close.
Hi, folks. So we're going to be shifting over to the Around the World discussion for the third panel, which has a reminder school, prison nexus, and carceral care. And we'll be wrapping up at 5 p.m. and starting the open mic. Thank you.
Testing. There we go. Microphone. Hello.
We didn't end up on four, we ended up on six. I'm like, so.
Solid. For folks listening at home on the live stream, feel free to also think about the questions folks asked and write them in the comments. I know you're still watching, so you should do that. Feel free to share all your panel thoughts. Testing, testing. Testing for the online mic. There we go. Oh, did I turn off the online mic? I will never know. Oh, I'll just grab the other one, it's fine. Testing for the other mic. Oh. Okay, the online mic might be down. In any case, hello folks. How's everybody doing? Woo! There we go. I know it's been a long day. Yeah, it isn't conversation. But I'm going to come around to everybody's tables and ask on the first session. So I'm going to start with the table that I'm standing with here. Hello, friends. Do folks have any thoughts you want to share on the first or any? If you have any.
Well, there was so much that we learned and heard that we appreciated and that was impactful. We're just talking about concept. Is this working? The concept of sort of like managing and limiting student resistance, like counter-insurgent, and we reflected on Arhona's presentation from the first about the construct of childhood and how not all children are seen as, what the right word is, they're not their futurity, it's revoked, marginalized children, and so held as deserving of becoming. We definitely reflected upon benevolence and how it's a weapon that enforces growth. So we panel. Oh, sorry, we were all over the place. We didn't stick to the order.
Good. Round of applause for everybody for this table, friends. More applause. Thank you, everyone. Energy up, friends. Woo. Come on to this table. One, two, there we go. I'll just speak loudly while I'm doing this. So, for folks at this table, any thoughts on the first or second? Absolutely. You can share it with whatever structure you want.
speak loud. Okay. Yeah. Call to action. Our training program, like, scare us into becoming soft police because they tell us, we have any duties and legal obligations to be mandated reporters, and then at the same time, we're not taught like how we're implicated and how we create harm by being connected to police, by calling child welfare services, and we're not taught like ways in which that we can protect and actually serve our clients, instead we're more so protecting ourselves like legally. And that's something that I feel like needs to be addressed in our curriculum.
Let's get some more. Okay. Energy in sorry. All right, friends, we'll head over to this table. Hello, friends.
So we just talked about. So we just talked about the importance of. I'm going to summarize basically what we talked about. Evie, I said we all come into this space knowing it'd be a hard fight. We obviously believe in what we've been talking about. That's why we're here. The important part is being able to like leave these spaces and actually kind of distribute information we got today. And just the importance of community. With the weight and the labor that we carry doing this work, being able to be in community with one another, so that that burden is a little bit easier to carry. And our students, our families that we're supporting, that we are, never leaving their side, whether it's like going with them to school meeting, something that Sabrina said as a call to action stood out, which was just making sure that they know that they have the autonomy. Never go into a meeting. And the importance of art. We also talked about the importance of art, through storytelling, culturally big in different communities, whether it's through dance, lyric, embroidery.
Thank you. Round of applause for these friends. Woo!
All right, so for the first and second sessions, we're talking about the language that is issues. And also like knowing the difference, like when I was in secondary, I was very much looking at pipeline process, and now we're looking at that and that kind of Also embracing that disability is disruptive, and that's good, and that's okay. Like, we should be supporting that, and also how to see and connect with youth without over-adultifying them and not infantilizing them, and not seeing them as just like a future worker. Yeah.
Solid. Round of applause, friends. So much for those reflections, friends. And I will say the thought that was given there about police unions. Remember, police unions aren't unions. They're just a racket. Yes, absolutely.
Does anybody want to do it? Okay, that's like the most want to do.
Did it actually start working?
Okay, so I'm going to read. I'm going to read, and that's because it has to be nearby. Got it.
For live streaming.
Yes. I'm going to read the sticky notes because that'll remind me of what we talked about. Killing the cop in the head, in your own head. That one really resonated with a number of people. Alienation is bad. Addressing root causes. And we're appalled with the education in prisons or lack thereof. And what was referred to as the performative education. Somebody wrote reflexive, and I can't remember, they're gone now, so hopefully we can all reflect or have education that's reflecting or reflexive of our needs. And then need skills to support people where they're at, and also creating resources for strong parenting. I hope at least the people online caught it. I hope people in this space also caught it because the mic isn't working all that well in here. All right, thank you.
Thank you so much. Well, thank you so much, everybody. Does anyone else want to share with another chance? Did we miss anybody? I see someone with a question.
The live stream.
They are still here with us in the room.
Something that I saw, I heard in the panel was like to hold the systems accountable. And something that I gather from what everyone's speaking is not really the sense that that's the goal, is to hold the systems accountable. Because the system relies on its murderous modes of reasoning to validate all its actions. So that's something that I was just wondering, or I gathered to all you folks is what do you think about that? Is it to hold these systems accountable, or to frame that in a different way? I don't know if that makes sense.
Thank you. There we go. Thank you. There we go. Thank you for that thought, friend. And also, round of applause for our last table and for folks here as well. Woo! All right. Is this the end of our...
No, not yet.
Not yet? Not yet? Okay.
We're getting there.
And before we do our last thing, friends, I just want to quickly say, back and do some final closing remarks. But can we also get a round of applause for our education committee and for Ahona, our education coordinator, who is schools and all the work that folks, the police and police schools is doing this as well. Yeah. Everybody. All right, I will hand things over to
For the mic. Okay.
Okay, so yeah, just as a closing, before Andrea moves on with calls to action, I just wanted to say a final thank you to everyone for attending today, for being here in community with us. We're so grateful for the space of learning and care, and of knowledge mobilization and coastal action more broadly, around supporting disabled youth, around supporting marginalized Black and Indigenous youth who are experiencing personal violence and human violence out of the education system here in Ontario. So a big thank you, and I do want to give a few special shout outs as well to folks who made this event possible. Specifically want to give a big shout out to Brad for all his support at the dinner. Big round of applause. As well, I don't know if Megan is in the room or can hear us, but Megan was one of our panel moderators, DJ No's policy coordinator, who came down all the way from Ottawa to be here today. So super grateful for her presence and all her knowledge. Also the other DJ No staff, Sarah, our program coordinator, who's been up at registration all day, Sabrina, who's been helping me since 4:30 a.m. with the event. So grateful for you folks. And Pam, our program coordinator, who also came in with a very long commute and has been supporting and was one of our panelists. Just a huge thank you to all of those folks. And a special thank you to the volunteers on the Education Project who made this possible. This event possible. I want to specifically thank Dee and Danny, who are still here, as well as Francis, who's not here, as well as folks who joined virtually and have been supporting on the back end. Thinking about Ariel, Hannah, and Megan, who couldn't make it today, but who are an amazing volunteer team. Just wanted to really take the time to say thank you to folks because, again, none of this would be possible without the volunteers doing the work behind the scenes. Also, Layla for getting our Stinson Valid coloring sheets as well. And finally, a huge thank you to Dr. Rehan Fahmi as well for doing a bunch of back-end work on the side of Boise and LHAE. We're super thankful for all the coordination that you've done around logistics and ensuring the care to be here in community with us as well today and speaking. So a big thank you to Dr. Rehan Fahmi as well. Amazing. And so, again, I know it's finally, but a huge round of applause and thank you to Andrea Vasquez Jimenez. We've been, I don't want to say that, working her ass off literally around Bill 33, but also for years on end for the campaign for policing free schools. We're so grateful to be collaborating with policing free schools in Ontario and for all of the labor of love that this event has been, but also all of the work that policing free schools has done and Ontario has done over the last however many years I've been here. So lots of love and lots of gratitude for that as well. So just a huge thank you. And I just want to say, stay connected with us. Andrea's going to talk a bit about staying connected with policing free schools, but in keeping in touch with the education projects, we will follow up for folks who registered with an email, with additional calls to action. Stay in touch. We will have our contact information here at the end. And as a final note, we will have dinner to go. So grab a sandwich or multiple sandwiches, please, because we have extra food on the way out. We do have brown paper bags. There are also some sensory toys that are left on the little pockets. You can take some with you as you leave as well. And please take your zines, any coloring sheets that you might want to take, anything that you created today, please feel free to take any of that home. And once again, a final thank you for being here. Lots of care.
Don't go nowhere. A major thank you to Education Coordinator Ahona Mary. She has been laboriously doing work to also put this together, and also has been organizing for a very long time, including when they were a student organizer at Hamilton Lockwood District School Board. So huge applause as well as for us. And so, as we're coming to an end for today, today's call was for policing free schools is disability justice, knowledge mobilization, and calls to action. So we are shifting in solidarity with your collective calls to action, with the calls to action that have been named up here in the panels, to very specific calls to action as well. And I want to briefly ground us realizing that Bill 33 is on its way, that on the 20th of October, the provincial legislature resumes, and really the social political landscape that we're seeing, Bill 33, the power grab, the taking over of school boards, the moving towards privatization and the ending of democratically elected school board trustees, alongside, again, the mandating of policing in schools, including but not limited to police and school programs. That on the heels of Bill 33, there was a province-wide initiative that was set out in collaboration, the provincial government with multiple policing associations. They launched a province-wide and coordinated answer the call PR marketing campaign to increase policing across the province. And the education minister sees schooling and educational spaces as a recruitment ground. And this comes also along with the recent announcement of the expansion of police training sites. Meanwhile, the Ford government has already announced almost $200 million into increasing jail beds, while already working to significantly expand Ontario's jailing through several infrastructure projects towards an Ontario prison expansion. This is connected also to the billions of dollars that are being wasted, taxpayer dollars being plummeted into things that are non-evidence-based, policing and carceral measures, and not actually going into funding our schools and funding our communities. And our schools and communities, again, even prior to 2018, was already chronically underfunded under the Liberals with a per-student funding formula and not a needs-based funding formula that has chronically gotten worse due to the Ford Conservative government. And for the panel discussion connecting the carceral continuum in education, pre-K, K-12, and post-secondary, all the way into the beyond the traditional schooling site, institutionalization and segregation, and connecting it through the school prison nexus and carceral care. There are multiple calls to action that can be done, particularly around Bill 33 and beyond. So today, from today, we can shift our language, take up the term school prison nexus instead of the school to prison pipeline, take up the frameworks of carceral continuum also instead of the school to prison pipeline, take up the use of saying policing free schools rather than police free schools. We can visit our website, policingfreeschools.ca. There are a compilation of reports, research, student testimonials that have been compiled under resources. So share those resources with folks. As well, folks are able to go under the Know Your Rights tab. There are police in schools pocketbooks. A call to action is to ensure that young people, your loved ones, families, friends, are aware of what young people, and that young people be aware of their own rights. This is under the Know Your Rights tab. And of course, multiple actions under the Ontario Take Action Now tab. And so under Ontario Take Action Now, when y'all bring out your telephones, cell phones, tablets, computers, and so forth, there are multiple calls to action that anyone can contribute to movement building, regardless of ability and or capacity. These include digital and remote calls to action, in-person and hybrid calls to action, and staying up-to-date calls to action. So under this, when you do go onto Ontario Take Action Now, you'll be able to sign our online petition. You'll be able to send an email. You'll be using a click-to-email tool and sending an email to the Ontario Minister of Education. You'll be able to use a click-to-call tool to make a phone call to MPPs. Another call to action is having young people, or even yourself, sharing your story. We are collecting testimonials in Ontario, but as well as across the country, because we are also in collaboration with partners who are lawyers that are looking to support this issue in the courts as well. So please also share your story to amplify testimonials. We're also taking organizational endorsements for moving towards a policing-free schools Ontario, regardless of what happened with Bill 33, because the provincial campaign started prior to and will continue beyond Bill 33. On socials, use hashtag Policing Free Schools ON, hashtag Policing Free Schools, and hashtag No to Bill 33. Folks are also able to donate. Policing Free Schools is grassroots, volunteer-led, and volunteer-based. As well as there are going to be additional back-to-school initiatives, particularly looking at community and policing in community, and how community organizations are in collusion with police and agents of policing across Ontario and the country. We're also going to have a national digital teach-in with Professor Rachel that was present here around pre-K and early childhood, multiple policing and carceral measures to dive deeper. Also, folks are able to sign our 2 paper petitions, which are actually right here at the door entrance by the learning booth. There's 2 separate petitions interconnected. The first one is to mandate the removal of all forms of police and policing in school programs across all educational spaces in Ontario. The second one is to mandate the removal and uprooting of the multiple ways that policing and carceral and punitive measures operate in school and educational spaces, such as seclusion, restraint, and so forth, and demanding that the government properly fund education. Last year, again, as mentioned, former MPP Jill Andrews had tabled the petitions. MPP Kristen Wong-Tam with the Ontario Free Democratic Party will be retabling them once the legislature resumes. Another call to action, attend the No to Bill 33. Fund Our Schools, Not Policing in Schools, province-wide rally at Queen's Park coming up on Monday, October 20th, starting at 10 a.m. It's the first day that the legislature resumes. We are also, to be announced, but we are also going to be having a fill up the public gallery at Queen's Park. So all of this will be found under our Ontario Take Action Now tab. Of course, folks, regardless of where you are across the province, country, and so forth, folks are able to join our provincial Ontario campaign and network, and or the national campaign and network. Folks are able to join our mailing list, be updated on all things to do with the provincial campaign for Policing Free Schools Ontario, and also national calls to action, as this too is a national issue, as Ontario is the testing ground to reproduce the mandated policing in schools across the country. As a comrade has already advised us from BC that the National Association of Police Chiefs are already talking about policing in schools at a national level. And follow our WhatsApp channel that's specific to the provincial campaign. And delve more into Bill 33. Folks are able to watch our teach-ins on our YouTube channel. And folks are also encouraged to take local action. There's different local actions that can be taken based on whether your school board has already been taken over or whether it hasn't. And for provincial campaign tour updates, so if folks are based in Hamilton, October 14th at 11 a.m., we are going to be out front of Hamilton City Hall. For folks in Waterloo region, we are going to be there October 15th at 11 a.m. For York region, October 16th for 12 p.m. and doing the last provincial campaign tour stop, specifically in London, but outside of school board that serves Elgin, Middlesex, Oxford, and London. And of course, again, the upcoming province-wide rally, No to Bill 33 in full opposition. And feel free to contact us via email, connect@policingfreeschools.ca, website, policingfreeschools.ca, follow us on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, LinkedIn, subscribe to our YouTube channel as well. And again, as Ahona had mentioned, this is DJNO's contact information. Email, education@djno.ca, website, djno.ca. And folks are able to follow DJNO as well on Instagram, Facebook, and LinkedIn. Instagram specifically DHNO Ontario, and Facebook and LinkedIn Disability Justice Network. of Ontario, and make sure to stay connected because we are stronger when we are united. The last call to action for folks who do feel comfortable being part of a photo, we are going to be connecting, grabbing the handheld posters, which have been going across the whole province on the provincial campaign tour, are going to be the exact handheld posters that are being utilized on the 20th of October. So they're right at that table. So for folks who do feel comfortable for a photo that will be going up on social media, to grab a handheld poster and come up here, that will be taking a photo. And much gratitude for each and every one for being here. My bad. After the photo, when y'all do sign up for the paper petitions, there's also community donations from Lush. Each of the packages has lotion, shower gel. The turquoise one has a massage bar, and then the orange one has a body spray. And please stick around. The food is arriving just a little bit late, but we want to make sure everybody has their bellies full and are able to take extra food home as well. Hi, for folks, the handheld posters are right here at the front, and we'll be doing the photo right here shortly, so just come up front, grab a handheld poster, we'll be right here to take a photo. Thank you.
Maybe I should go up there.
So we have hashtag no to bill 33. More support and resources.
Two levels. Oh, you gonna sit? You gonna sit there? Oh, I'm sorry, guys. Thank you. That's okay. I was just telling you. Thank you. That's like the highest praise of all time. Thanks. Until I scream.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, take care.
I was like, I think you can start. I would be laughing. He wouldn't be. He'd be super annoyed. But no, he'd be so happy. Of course not. No, you can move forward too. I can also sit on the floor, but maybe it's not necessary because. Yeah, do it. Trustee. Ward 2. Can you be in the picture? Oh, yeah, she's
Yalla, Ward 2. Did she hear me? Did she know I'm telling her?
No, I don't think so.
Said Yalla, Ward 2. I'm sorry.
What's this?
I can get behind her, I can sit on the ground.
I'm listening.
I know, it's like, which one?
Yeah.
Thank you.
And for folks that because we are being environmentally friendly, if you can just return them. However, if you do have a space where you want to put it up and where it will not be going to the garbage, feel free also to keep it. Thank you.
Just a quick reminder, friends, there's still lots of food. Please grab food. Please grab food. Take as much as you want. There's lots of food, and there's, if I recall, more is still coming. So grab some food. Please grab some food. Also, for DJNO staff who are still here and volunteers, I'd like to take a photo with everybody at some point.
We've never officially met. Oh, yeah, nice to meet you. Finally, like we're in a.
See you later, live stream.
Yeah, I had no idea you were here. Yeah, this was a fantastic. Did you hear? I don't know what he meant by that. Yeah, he's like, oh, this is the first time hearing it, like, complete tone change from this morning.
Bye, everybody. Have a great rest of the day.